Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Gatling Cannon Project. Of course, it was not only Paul Mauser who was surprised. Everyone present was amazed that Paul Mauser received such a generous reward, and even envied Paul Mauser being appreciated by Jerome Bonaparte. However, Jerome Bonaparte's next sentence was enough to make present everyone go crazy. Also, I can assure you, if one of you has developed a weapon that satisfies me, Norinco will personally fund you to create your own company. You will use technology. The form of shareholding holds the decision-making power of this company, and Norinco will not point fingers at this company. Unless your company faces the risk of bankruptcy, the head office will help you through the difficulties. Bonaparte spoke flatly, as though he were talking about a trivial matter. In Jerome Bonaparte's view, people with a technology should be treated as they should, and the best treatment Norinco can give them is to help them open a business of their own company. Norinco's role in it is the angel investor of later generations. However, in Jerome Bonaparte's view, it was a means that should be taken for granted, but to everyone present, it was a gift from the world. In the era of savage liberal capitalism, the patents and technologies owned by individuals without capital are just a one-shot deal, and capital can never give individuals the opportunity to make long-term profits. If someone tries to use the patent in hand to negotiate with the employer, the result is just a lawsuit to bring the employer to court. The employer will hire the most professional team of lawyers to confront you in court, and will be reckless on the other to infringe your patent. An ordinary person without power can't compete with the capital at all, and in the end, he can only admit to reconciliation. In the future, Edison, the famous king of invention, relied on the asterisk behind him to unscrupulously squeeze his employees and obtain the patents of scientists in the laboratory with a meager salary. In the end, Edison encountered a stubborn Tesla on the issue of direct current and alternating current. The result was that Westinghouse beat General Electric. After that, Mr. Edison was unwilling to obey Morgan's arrangement, was kicked out of General Electric's decision-making level, and was swept out of the house. However, Tesla, who won the victory, did not make as much money as he did with this technology. His patents were donated to the whole society for free, to be precise, to General Electric, which transformed ACK power. In this era, if you want to rise as an ordinary person, luck and chance are two essential things. The people in the institute are obviously much luckier than the vast majority of entrepreneurs. They support Jerome Bonaparte with a satisfied expression, and naturally they can obtain investment as a technology stake. Therefore, when Jerome Bonaparte said this sentence, all the researchers present immediately lost their calmness. They couldn't wait to develop a new rifle and then rely on this rifle to obtain investment, and from then on to life peak. Okay, that's all I have to say. Do you have anything else to add? Or, you can tell me if you have a different opinion than Paul Mauser. Nabas handed the draft paper back to Paul Mauser and then asked. The surrounding researchers did not speak. After a while, Alfonso Zacebo raised his hand silently. Okay, Mr. Chasipo, what else do you want to add? Jerome Bonaparte asked Alfonso Chasipo with a smile. Your Majesty, I also don't think there is any particular problem with the Dreza rifle itself, especially its bolt-action design. This should be the most important thing to keep when we design a new rifle. Alfonso Chasipo explained to Jerome Bonaparte the bolt-action advantages of the Dreza rifle. As for the design of the trigger, Alfonso Zacebo believes that the design of the hammer should be changed to a firing pin, and the primer of the Dreza bullet should be placed behind the propellant. After the firing pin hits the primer, the propellant should be ignited, and then the propellant burns to eject the ammunition point in order to reduce the air tightness. Alfonso Zacebo also suggested that, while using metal fixed loading ammunition, try to use a rubbering for sealing, which can more effectively solve the problem of air leakage. When Jerome Bonaparte listened to Alfonso Chasipo's elaboration, he nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at Alfonso Chasipo, then at Paul Mauser and said, okay, excellent. Mr. Zacebo, if you combine your design ideas with those of Paul Mauser, I believe the result will be even better. After Speaking, Jerome Bonaparte gave Alfonso Casapo another 5,000 francs as encouragement on the spot. Alfonso Casapo immediately thanked Jerome Bonaparte with a pious heart. Is there anyone else? Jerome Bonaparte asked the engineers around him again. Your Majesty, can I? Just after Jerome Bonaparte asked if there was anyone else, William Morse responded timidly. Anderson Morse, who had just learned a lesson just now, no longer chose to stop it. Of course. Jerome Bonaparte replied immediately, I don't think age is a measure of a person's ability. There are geniuses in this world. I also believe that geniuses are among you. Your Majesty, you just talked to my brother about the extraction of the shell. I was wondering if it is possible to preset a hook-like thing that will lock after the bullet is pushed in. William Morse told his son to listen to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte thought for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and said, if you can do what you said, I will give you a corresponding reward. It's a pity that you haven't done it yet. Come out. That's it. William Morse was a little frustrated. He thought that his ideas were not valued by the emperor. However, I can pay you 1,000 francs in advance. As long as you can make the institution you mentioned, I will hand over the remaining 4,000 francs to you. Based on the trust in William Morse in history, also based on his keen intuition, Jerome Bonaparte decided to give William Morse a certain reward in advance. Sure enough, after Jerome Bonaparte said the reward, William Morse regained his composure and assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would make something that would satisfy Jerome Bonaparte. Afterwards, one of the encouraged researchers told Jerome Bonaparte about their immature breech gun design ideas. Jerome Bonaparte evaluated their design ideas in turn. Of course, there are inevitably some heretics who hope to change their minds to design lever rifles. For this kind of heresy, Jerome Bonaparte did not give any criticism or encouragement, just responded with a indifferently. Anyone who is a little smarter knows that Jerome Bonaparte is not interested in lever rifles, so some people like this are completely unwilling to use lever rifles. After most of the researchers reported their ideas to Jerome Bonaparte once again asked everyone present if they were interested in creating a multi-barrel, mechanical self-loading rapid-fire weapons, preferably the kind that can fire hundreds of rounds in a second. Your Majesty, firing so many bullets in a short period of time can easily cause major logistical problems. Anderson Morse, who is limited in history, reminded in a low voice Riyadh1.com compared with my soldiers and opponents fighting bayonets, I prefer to use the fastest time to eliminate opponents. Jerome Bonaparte said decisively, and then added, I hope that, when you design your rifle, you also try to move closer to the direction of bursts. The historically stupid high-level French army used the same stupid lever rifle to cause extremely serious damage to the French army. Jerome Bonaparte did not want his army to repeat the same mistakes. Although Jerome Bonaparte is not sure if he can still be at that time, he must reverse the heresy of the French army. All fear of the unknown comes from lack of firepower. As long as Jerome Bonaparte has enough repeating rifles and Gatling submachine guns, coupled with steel breech guns and millions of troops, even if the person sitting in this position is an idiot. As long as if an idiot doesn't interfere indiscriminately on the front line like a pig riding me, he can win the war in the case of an overall war. As long as one's own strength does not drop to the bottom like France in World War II, then it must be France that wins. From this point of view, Jerome Bonaparte is undoubtedly lucky. The French army of this era is still an army that dares to fight and has a high fighting spirit. This fighting spirit makes them despise all opponents, and even if they are in danger, they will not surrender to those who are weaker than them. Such an army, combined with weapons with huge lethality, can undoubtedly bring tons of damage to the opponent. In the end, Jerome Bonaparte's task of rapid-fire weapons research was taken over by Alfonso Casapo. Chapter 452, Great Attempt, Smokeless Powder. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second. New. https:// the fastest update. No ads. Jerome Bonaparte reorganized the interior of the Rifle Research Institute with the advantage of being the only traveler in this time and space, and being familiar with the development trend of future warfare headed by the Morza family. Let's call them members of the Auburn Dawn faction. They continued to study bolt-action rifles and metal fixed loading cartridges. The members of the local faction, headed by Alfonso Zarsabo, changed their research topics and devoted all their efforts to studying multi-barreled rapid-fire weapons. There are good and bad groups in this way. The advantage is that it is conducive to fostering a sense of competition between groups and speeding up the research process. The disadvantage is naturally also related to competition. If the two groups have a strong sense of competition, it is easy to stimulate conflicts between the two groups, thus slowing down the progress of the research. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte also deliberately set a red line to allow healthy competition between the two groups. If there was any team member who dared to make a trick or stumble, Jerome Bonaparte would invite him to take a seat at the Zibinku Grand Hotel under the maintenance command point. Jerome Bonaparte's calm face, combined with his frosty words, sounded a wake-up call to the staff of the institute, and no one dared to disobey a monarch who spoke the truth. Please rest assured, I will strictly supervise them to prevent them from doing some outrageous things, Anderson Morza assured Jerome Bonaparte. That's good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said to Anderson Morza, I don't want any of you to have friction over a trivial matter, thus affecting the progress of the entire team. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte once again encouraged everyone in the institute and assured them that everything they did would be rewarded handsomely. Accompanied by Anderson Morza, Jerome Bonaparte leaves the institute. Although it was already cold winter, the weather was uncharacteristically hot. The sun at 3 o'clock noon shone on the earth through thin continuous layers of pale white clouds. Jerome Bonaparte and Anderson Morza, the two, walked on the concrete pavement under the scorching sun, and the coat that was originally designed to resist the cold has now become a perspirant. Bean-sized sweat beads slipped from the temples to the cheeks, and the cheeks and ears were covered under the sun's rays. A layer of crimson. Jerome Bonaparte and Anderson Morza kept walking along the concrete road until they reached a crossroad. Jerome Bonaparte stopped and said to Anderson Morza, just send it here. Yes, Your Majesty. Anderson Morza bowed slightly to Jerome Bonaparte, then turned to leave. Jerome Bonaparte stood alone at the crossroads, as if he was waiting for someone. 10 minutes later, on the road on Jerome Bonaparte's left, there was someone he was waiting for. Basilio, Your Majesty, please forgive me for being late. Basilio bowed to Jerome Bonaparte for his lateness. It's nothing. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and replied lightly, everyone will be entangled in all kinds of trivial matters, and will miss the appointment. By the way, where is Professor Wu Xi's laboratory? I haven't seen Wu Xi's laboratory along the way. Your Majesty, please come with me. Basilio immediately responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Basilio and Jerome Bonaparte first set out westward, and after reaching the second crossroads, they moved northward and soon reached a house. This is a two-story villa, located in an independent residence far away from the staff residential area of the Northwest Supervisory Army in the North Industrial Park. And the owner of this villa is Professor Wu Xi, who discovered methylamine. Just as Jerome Bonaparte and Basilio were about to step into the villa's gate and enter the villa, there was a deafening explosion from inside the villa. Jerome Bonaparte and Basilio's expressions changed greatly in an instant, and Basilio immediately guarded Jerome Bonaparte behind him. Quick, go in and save people. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte pushed aside Basilio and ran straight towards the villa. No one knew better than him what the explosion meant. Seeing that Jerome Bonaparte put down his daughter and entered the villa, Basilio could only follow Jerome Bonaparte into the villa. When Jerome Bonaparte and Basilio stepped on the stairs leading to the second floor, a choking breath caused by the explosion of gunpowder floated from the second floor to the first floor. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte and Basilio immediately ran up and quickly reached the laboratory corridor. The two people standing in the corridor immediately saw black smoke wafting from the laboratory. Quick! Jerome Bonaparte ran into the laboratory. At this time, the laboratory was a mess, and the smell of gunpowder and burnt feathers filled the laboratory. In the laboratory, Dr. Wu Xi was hurriedly waving his clothes in an attempt to extinguish the flames caused by the new explosion. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte and Basilio also took off their clothes to help Dr. Wu Xi put out the flames after 5 minutes of tossing. The three finally extinguished the flames completely. However, the faces of the three were inevitably blackened by the thick smoke. The three who had completely extinguished the fire slumped on the ground and gasped for breath. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte cared about Professor Wu Xi's physical condition. He turned his head and asked with concern. Said, "Professor Wu Xi, are you okay? The explosion just now didn't hurt you." "God bless me. There is nothing serious about my body," Wu Xi replied to Jerome Bonaparte while leaning his body back and facing the sky, his hands supporting the ground and panting heavily. "It's fine. It's fine." Jerome Bonaparte breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Professor Wu Xi was fine. After a short rest, the three of them stood up again. Looking at the labyrinth in front of them, Wu Xi shook his head with lingering fear and said, "Alas, I still underestimated the instability and power of nitrocellulose. Everything has two sides. Nitrocellulose is like an untamed beast. A little carelessness will cause great harm to those who study it." Jerome Bonaparte also sighed with emotion. Then he changed the conversation. "However, the more ferocious this beast is, the more it proves its worth. I believe that, as long as we contain this mad beast, then we will surely usher in a brand new era." "Yeah." Dr. Wu Xi scratched the sweat stains on his forehead with his hand and said excitedly, "If we can use this energy, which is more powerful than black powder, to use it to open up mountains and roads on top of buildings, we can do more with less." "That's right," Jerome Bonaparte echoed. However, Jerome Bonaparte did not have the same idea of contributing to architecture as Dr. Wu Xi did. The only reason why he was willing to work on nitrocellulose was to explore smokeless gunpowder in the shortest time. At the expense of some people's lives, the change from paper shell to metal fixed ammunition is a project of quantitative accumulation, and the change from black powder to smokeless powder is also the result of qualitative change. In the original time and space, the Markin heavy machine gun, which was originally called chicken ribs, immediately became the darling of the times after the invention of smokeless gunpowder, and became a famous widowmaker in the First World War. By point, it can be said that smokeless gunpowder has created a large number of weapons such as Markin, making the war an assembly line massacre when the national strengths of both sides are equal. Your Majesty, the purpose of your ordering me to study nitrocellulose is really to benefit the whole of France, not to make it serve the war. Just when Jerome Bonaparte was thinking about the application of smokeless gunpowder in war, Wu Xi's voice reached Jerome Bonaparte's ears, pulling Jerome Bonaparte back to reality. Seeing the serious questioning face of the professor who was about his age, Jerome Bonaparte touched his nose and fell into silence. He didn't want to deceive Wu Xi, but he couldn't bluntly say that nitrocellulose was just for the sake of war. Silence is enough to represent the attitude of Jerome Bonaparte. Indeed, Jerome Bonaparte's silence already represented acquiescence in the eyes of Dr. Wu Xi. "Your Majesty, I'm very glad that you can tell me this frankly. If my invention can save the deaths of French soldiers, Riyadh1.com can make my country no longer suffer from the invasion of the Tsar, then I'm willing to exhaust my as long as you can develop it." Professor Wu Xi responded to Jerome Bonaparte from the perspective of a simple patriot. "Professor Wu Xi, nitrocellulose is like a sharp blade. You can use it for self-defense, and you can also use it to kill people. A knife is a knife. There is no justice or evil. The key is what kind of person is a knife holder. Use this knife with your mentality. I'm a patriot just like you, and my dream is to make France great again. Let every French person stand up involuntarily when they say I'm French. From 1815 to the present, we have lost too many things: the dignity of the nation, the dignity of the country, and the glory of the army. I must do my best to get back all that France has lost. I want my soldiers to be able to serve their country with more powerful weapons, rather than risking a hail of bullets to charge." Jerome Bonaparte did not deny in the slightest that he was an imperialist with simple values, and at the same time appealed to his national passion for Wu Xi. Chapter 453, Louis Pasteur's research. For a pure scientific worker like Professor Wu Xi, the incentive of money and fame cannot stimulate his full potential. Only a grand narrative view and appeal to national enthusiasm are the most effective ways to deal with them. Probably because scientists in this era are enjoying the benefits that they should enjoy as the imperialist middle class, and they have stayed in the middle of the ivory tower for a long time. In an era of underdevelopment, and groups are separated from each other, the only area they can see is Paris. They will feel sorry for the workers upstairs at 7 to 9 in the morning, but they are not willing to think about the reason caused them to face this situation. With their extremely empty hearts, generally referring to the vast majority of the middle class, they can only maintain their loyalty to the country with a grand narrative view and fanatical national enthusiasm. Said it was a special attack under the coercion of Jerome Bonaparte with the righteousness of the country and the nation. Professor Wu Ci was as thoroughly shaken as the original Louis Pasteur. Your Majesty, is it really the right thing for us to do? This sentence is what Wu Ci asked Jerome Bonaparte, and it is also what Wu Ci asked himself. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I admit that this is indeed extremely cruel to other nations, but to the soldiers of our country, it is the most merciful thing. With your invention, they can reduce unnecessary sacrifices. Professor Wu Ci, you are doing a great cause, a sacred cause, that saves thousands of families, but this invention may also hurt people in other countries, and cause immeasurable harm to their families. Wu Ci smiled bitterly, and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, yes, I can deceive me. I deceive the whole world, but I cannot deceive God, who is watching our every move. Yes, if it is a sin to love my country, I'm willing to commit a crime with my whole life. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Wu Ci with a solemn expression, and then said impassively, when my soul is renewed I will lift my head up, and tell him, that I love my country more than my life and even my soul, when I'm in his arms, and face his judgment on me. Merciful Father, if you think I'm guilty, then please pronounce the sentence. I'm willing to be with Satan and in hell, and the history of France will finally recognize my credit and acquit me. And my will fly to the Hall of Valor, with Richelieu, Louis XIV Emperor Napoleon, all the French sages together. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's voice fell, he was immediately applauded by Professor Wu Ci's crackling. Under Professor Wu Ci's seriousness, Jerome Bonaparte's image was infinitely raised, and now he has to regard Jerome Bonaparte as a great man who was enthusiastic about national affairs and tirelessly worked for the whole country as simply a gift from God to France after Napoleon. Your Majesty, I now believe that you are the most precious gift he has brought to France. Wu Ci said to Jerome Bonaparte in a pious tone. Point from Professor Wu Ci's eyes. Jerome Bonaparte saw the frenzy point. This is the kind of look that a fan would only show when facing an idol, and Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in his heart. Won't he, Professor Wu Ci, really be brainwashed by his tirade? No, I'm just an ordinary patriot. What I can do is to bring this troubled nation back to its proper height. Jerome Bonaparte humbly confronted Professor Wu Ci. Said something. What pure patriotic enthusiasm. Compared with you, I'm really. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Wu Ci said in a self-deprecating manner, I'm really despicable. Patriotism is neither despicable nor noble, as long as one is willing to fight for the country. Even an ordinary worker is a noble patriot. Jerome Bonaparte comforted Professor Wu Ci. The number 2 tool man in front of him must not lose his fighting spirit, otherwise, Jerome Bonaparte can only consider letting number 1 tool man Louis Pasteur undertake the task of researching smokeless powder. I can promise you with my life that I will do my best to stabilize the nitrocellulose. Wu Ci said solemnly to Jerome Bonaparte, I believe in you, Professor Wu Ci. Jerome Bonaparte nodded to Wu Ci and said, I can see the enthusiasm of a patriot in your eyes. You will definitely succeed. Under the great stick of Jerome Bonaparte's patriotism, Professor Wu Ci was no longer confused. He steadfastly threw himself into the ranks of the French imperialists, and on the road of researching smokeless gunpowder for France. Keep going. Professor Wu Ci, who had a firm belief, talked with Jerome Bonaparte about the reasons for the instability of nitrocellulose and the things that may stabilize nitrocellulose. In Professor Wu Ci's mouth, Jerome Bonaparte heard that it was used as an anesthesia. Ether and ethanol, the memories hidden in the depths of the soul, were opened, as if they had touched a certain keyword, and scattered memory fragments from the previous life appeared in his mind like short videos of only a few seconds. An indescribable swelling filled Jerome Bonaparte's mind. Jerome Bonaparte resisted the swelling and frowned and said to Professor Wu Ci, "Professor, have you tried to put ethyl ether mixed with ethanol and used as a stabilizer?" The memory in his soul told him that the first smokeless powder formula used as a stabilizer was a mixture of ether and ethanol to complete the gelation. Lack of paraffin as passivation in memory. Ether mixed with ethanol? Professor Wu Ci was stunned for a few seconds and then repeated in a low voice, "Yes." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and responded to Professor Wu Ci, "You can give it a try." Professor Wu Ci nodded to himself, then picked up the pen and paper that fell on the ground and recorded it in a book. Later, when Jerome Bonaparte asked Professor Wu Ci if he needed an assistant, Professor Wu Ci shook his head and rejected his suggestion. Professor Wu Ci, adhering to the simple ethics, believed that the experiment of nitrocellulose was too dangerous, and one more person was equivalent to the danger of one more person. So still don't need too many people to do this work. But Professor Wu Ci refused to meet Jerome Bonaparte's wishes. After all, one more person would give more possibility of leaking secrets. He also planned to use smokeless powder as a trump card to teach the Kingdom of Prussia a good lesson. The two chatted for a while, and it was not until Basilio arrived with a group of professional workers responsible for cleaning up chemical accidents that Jerome Bonaparte said goodbye to Wu Ci. Jerome Bonaparte, who had left the villa of Wu Ci, once again raided the institute where Louis Pasteur was. Jerome Bonaparte, wearing a simple mask, came to the laboratory where Louis Pasteur was located through the leadership of the staff. At this time, Louis Pasteur was facing the door of the laboratory, sitting in an armchair, to record and organize the final experimental report. Because Louis Pasteur was too focused, he did not notice the arrival of Jerome Bonaparte. The laboratory member standing beside Jerome Bonaparte wanted to remind Louis Pasteur, but was stopped by Jerome Bonaparte raising his hand. Jerome Bonaparte walked quietly behind Louis Pasteur with almost no sound and quietly watched Louis Pasteur until Louis Pasteur completed all the records, and after that, Jerome Bonaparte said, "Mr. Pasteur, how is the experiment going?" Jerome Bonaparte's sudden shout made Louis Pasteur jump, and Louis Pasteur immediately followed the direction of the voice and turned his head to look. The figure of Jerome Bonaparte appeared in front of him, and Louis Pasteur hurriedly bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and said, "Your Majesty, how is the situation? Is it going well?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Louis Pasteur impatiently. The current French army has already arrived at Rhodes Island one after another. As long as Jerome Bonaparte's time is ripe, a large number of their troops will log into Varna. And the wild places of the Balkans and Crimea have always been hotbeds of virus. Riyadh 1. Especially when the weather turns warm, the disease will also recover as winter turns to spring. Jerome Bonaparte didn't want his army to come to the spring season, and the first wave of attack was not from the Russian Empire, but from nature. Facts have proved that Louis Pasteur is a well-deserved genius. When Jerome Bonaparte just mentioned a few words, Louis Pasteur lived up to expectations and made Jerome Bonaparte all the best. Amazing progress, Your Majesty. Although the inactivated cholera vaccine has been successfully developed, there are still many deficiencies in clinical trials, and each activated vaccine costs a lot of money. Louis Pasteur first said his own. He then turned around and said, "However, I can assure you that we have made good progress in how to block and prevent typhoid and cholera. As long as targeted prevention and treatment is done, the terror of typhoid and cholera can be overcome." Reduce. It's really good. Jerome Bonaparte smiled, took Louis Pasteur's hand and said, "Mr. Pasteur, you have made an indelible contribution to France. I will give you a knighthood in recognition of your hard work during this time." "Your Majesty, I don't need it anymore." Louis Pasteur lowered his head and said guiltily, "I'm a sinner covered in blood, and the medal should not belong to me as a sinner." Chapter 454, French version of Nightingale. Louis Pasteur's self-blame made Jerome Bonaparte realize that the scientific researcher in front of him paid more attention to ethics than he thought. If Pasteur's patriotic enthusiasm bounded, Louis Pasteur would not follow his instigation to conduct human experiments on death row prisoners. Even though Louis Pasteur had done far more in the field of typhoid and cholera than he had done with the politically disenfranchised death row prisoners, he felt so guilty for what he had done, so he preferred to remain in obscurity and do not want to use materials stained with blood donation from death row prisoners to win honor for themselves. Mr. Pasteur, your respect for life is worth learning from everyone. Jerome Bonaparte said solemnly. However, in my opinion, you are still too persistent. Those death row prisoners are already deprived of political rights. Well, let's call them people. Their lives are destined to disappear on the gallows. You gave them a chance to atone for their sins so that they can make a small contribution to France. Your Majesty, the law can only judge their physical death, and only he can decide whether they really deserve to die. Louis Pasteur devoutly pleaded with Jerome Bonaparte. Everything I do is I'm depriving him of his right to physical death. I'm a sinner who walks the world with sin. Your Majesty, please promise me this little request. Seeing that Louis Pasteur was about to kneel to himself, Jerome Bonaparte sighed deeply, and he chose to respect Louis Pasteur's request. Okay, I agree to your request. The government will not specifically commend you, and all your results will not be published for the time being, but only as internal references. Jerome Bonaparte to Louis Pasteur said, however, you and your team will receive a generous bonus, which will be divided into two distributions. One is the scientific research bonus issued by the government, and the other is the scientific progress bonus issued by the North Industries Corporation. No, Your Majesty, you really don't need to give me so much money. Everything I do is not for myself. Louis Pasteur subconsciously wanted to refuse. You don't need the bonus, but your team does. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the staff in the laboratory and said, why did they follow you to participate in this experiment? Not for the honor and bonus. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly realized that it was a bit vulgar to say so, and immediately dismissed it. Of course, I do not mean to deny your love for France, but love for France and the honor and prize it deserves are not contradictory. Who said that a scientific researcher should be willing to enjoy the hardships? In my opinion, scientific research workers are the people who should enjoy the most. If a country does not pay attention to its scientific researchers, then the level of science and technology in this country will never achieve real progress. The only productivity of science and technology. Comrade, my compatriots, our goal is to make the benefits of science available to all French. Let the light of science and technology go to thousands of households, and the achievements of science and technology should not become a tool for a few people to monopolize. I hope you can remember one thing, the ultimate purpose of all the scientific and technological research we do is to serve the public. The purpose of scientific research is to understand the world and change the world. Jerome Bonaparte's impromptu speech was like a spirit infusion stick that slammed into the spiritual world of everyone in the laboratory. For a long time, many scientific researchers did not know what they were working for. Scientific research is used as a means of survival for oneself, turning papers into capital for their own promotion. A few talents like Louis Pasteur equate scientific research work with France, and use patriotic enthusiasm as the driving force for scientific research work. And now, under the impromptu speech of Jerome Bonaparte, they have found the purpose and direction of their scientific research, and they are no longer confused. Know the world, and change the world. What a noble word. Just when everyone in the laboratory was shocked by what Jerome Bonaparte said, Jerome Bonaparte said again, Mr. Louis Pasteur, do you still want to refuse? After regaining his senses, Louis Pasteur glanced at the colleagues around him. This was the first time in his life that he felt that he was high-spirited. In fact, it was a kind of hypocrisy that was only satisfied with his own heart. He smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, on behalf of the entire laboratory staff, I thank you for your generosity. This is not charity. Jerome Bonaparte corrected, this is the respect of the state for scientific researchers like you. Jerome Bonaparte, whose lips were slightly dry, paused and swallowed, then said, and your laboratory will get more input. Louis Pasteur wants to say something. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand to stop. I understand your desire to save money for the country, but scientific research is like this. The more you invest, the more you will get back. I expect you to create more benefits in the laboratory, the fruits of the world. I will definitely live up to your expectations of me, Your Majesty. Louis Pasteur, who felt that he had a lofty mission on his shoulders, said with high morale, now, I implore Your Majesty to send a group of professional military doctors, and I and my colleagues will teach them specific methods of combating cholera. I will do it as soon as I return to the Tuileries Palace. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and replied to Louis Pasteur immediately. Jerome Bonaparte asked Louis Pasteur if he would let a group of female nurses participate. No, I don't need it. Louis Pasteur hesitated. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for girls to go in the past, but girls are more delicate than men in taking care of people. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Louis Pasteur, there is no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. Your Majesty, are you going to send some female nurses to the battlefield? Louis Pasteur couldn't help but ask. From his words, Jerome Bonaparte could hear some resistance. Mr. Louis Pasteur, this is a symbol between nations. We must mobilize manpower and material resources to complete the expedition to the Russian Empire and wash away our shame. Jerome Bonaparte spoke loudly. He said to Louis Pasteur, in my eyes, female citizens are the same as male citizens, and they all have the obligation to be loyal to the country. Does it mean that in your concept, women cannot go to war like men to fight for France? Okay. Jerome Bonaparte responded ashamed to Louis Pasteur, I'm sorry for my narrow-mindedness. Please send a group of military doctors and nurses as soon as possible. It's not an easy task. Yeah. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and left the laboratory under the guidance of the staff. Jerome Bonaparte, who came out of the laboratory, issued another order to Basilio, asking him to hang the slogan "The purpose of scientific research is to understand and change the world" at every intersection in the park. Used to remind scientific researchers in the park. Basilio once again felt his sincere admiration for the thought of Jerome Bonaparte. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte was assured that the slogan would be fully affixed to every location in the park. After visiting the Northern Industrial Park, Jerome Bonaparte, accompanied by Basilio, got into the carriage to the Tuileries Palace. At this time, night fell, and everything around became dark and quiet. Only the stars in the clear moonlight dotted the sky, igniting the windmill and carriage, and guiding the way back to the Tuileries Palace. When Jerome Bonaparte returned to the Tuileries Palace, he immediately prepared to deal with what Louis Pasteur explained. Jerome Bonaparte, who had just reached the entrance of the stairs, heard the sound of the wheels of the Tuileries Palace rolling, and he stopped and turned his head to look behind him. After a while, two beautiful figures appeared at the gate of the Tuileries Palace. It was the Imperial Queen Augusta and the Secretary of the Secret Queen, Vernier. The vast majority of Vernier's work currently is to follow the Queen. One of them was wearing a black dress with velvet hair accessories. The other was wearing a white dress, arm in arm like a pair of delicate and gorgeous roses. Jerome Bonaparte looked at them absently. Your Majesty. It wasn't until Augusta called out that Jerome Bonaparte called the material world. Where did you guys come from? Jerome Bonaparte asked Augusta and Vernier with a smile. Riyadh1.com. Your Majesty, I will go to the orphanage with the Queen. Some of the children there are really sensible and cute. What they have been through is so pitiful. Vernier, like a carefree little yellow warbler, chirped to Jerome. Bonaparte recounts their trip today. Vernier and Augusta went first to Charity Hospital, then to Welfare Hospital to see children, and finally formed a fundraiser at Mathilde's home. More importantly, reporters participated in the whole process. It is conceivable that a virtuous queen and an equally sympathetic mistress, the people of Paris have acquiesced, that Vernier is the emperor's mistress, can add a lot to the regime of the Second Empire. Jerome Bonaparte nodded after hearing the introduction of Vernier, and then looked at Vernier subconsciously. It has to be said that Vernier, who returned from Charity Hospital, seemed to exude an aura similar to that of a medical worker. From there, Jerome suddenly realized that he could create a French version of Nightingale, and he couldn't wait to ask, Vernier, what do you think of the position of nurse? Chapter 455, Dutiful Son Sardinia. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second. New. https:// the fastest update. No ads. Vernier, what do you think about the profession of nurse? After Jerome Bonaparte asked this sentence, Vernier was stunned for a moment. Then after carefully observing Jerome Bonaparte's expression, he replied cautiously, I think the profession of nurse is really it's great. They save lives. Before Vernier could finish speaking, Jerome Bonaparte forcibly interrupted Vernier. I'm not asking you to recite the official model essay. I mean you don't want to be a nurse who saves lives and heals the wounded. What do you want to do? Augusta looked at Jerome Bonaparte vigilantly. She suspected that the emperor was holding back something bad. I can think about it. Vernier said politely. I see, you are willing. Jerome Bonaparte didn't seem to hear the subtext of Vernier. He gave a thumbs up and praised Vernier as a kind angel. Vernier still didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. She could only say against her will that she was willing to obey the arrangement. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte told Vernier about her Nightingale training plan and at the same time assured Vernier that she would be loved by the French people after she returned to France. By that time, you will become a real angel. No rumors can defeat you. Jerome Bonaparte vowed to Vernier. Your Majesty, do you really want to use this method? Augusta frowned. She somewhat disagreed with Jerome Bonaparte's approach. If you want to get something, you have to learn to give something. If it weren't for the undercurrents still surging under Paris, if I had to stay in France, I'm afraid I would go to the Near East to direct this battle in person. Bonaparte said to Vernier with a sigh. Remember the URL in points.com of course. Jerome Bonaparte is not so much a commander as he is to follow the plan that has been made and follow the steps step by step. Just let the French people know that he is in the Balkans, then the French people will associate him with Emperor Napoleon who had participated in the expedition. Equalize. Once he led the army to defeat the Russian Empire. In the eyes of the vast majority of French people, Jerome Bonaparte has surpassed the former Emperor Napoleon. Soldiers of the army also felt that the emperor was with them and more allegiance to Jerome Bonaparte. It's just that all the above ideas have been defeated by reality. For an empire with a lifespan of more than 2 years, it is a very dangerous thing for the emperor not to sit in Paris. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte can only choose to let those who can implement his will go to the military camp, thus creating a feeling that, although the emperor is in Paris, his heart is naturally with the army. After excluding part of the careerists in the Bonaparte family, Jerome Bonaparte chose his nephew, Jerome Patterson, who went to the front line of the army instead of him to be with the soldiers. If this cheap nephew of his own returns alive, then the Bonaparte family's prestige in France will be able to rise to a higher level. If the cheap nephew died in battle, then it would create a feeling of dead society. To have various halos on the heads of the dead, Jerome Bonaparte has no psychological burden. For the dead will never rise up and fight for power. Now Jerome Bonaparte wants to make Vernier mature and exclusive to his Nightingale, which is really a crumb. Vernier, I don't want to force you. If you really don't want to, then forget it. This is because I didn't think about it. Jerome Bonaparte said with a dejected expression. Feeling the helpless Vernier revealed in Jerome Bonaparte's words, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Your Majesty and the Emperor are so kind to her, yet she has done nothing to help them. I am willing to become a nurse and go to the Near East. Vernier said firmly. Really? That's really great. Jerome Bonaparte immediately put on a face change in Sicilian opera and said with a smile, yes. Vernier firmly responded to Jerome Bonaparte, if your Majesty needs me, I'm willing to do anything. Alas. Queen Augusta sighed, carrying Vernier's forehead with her hand and said affectionately, why do you do this? Even if you don't agree to His Majesty is not willing to punish you. After speaking, Augusta glared at Jerome Bonaparte again and said, since Vernier is willing to go there in your place, then you must ensure her safety. Jerome Bonaparte also seemed to be ashamed of his moral kidnapping of a little girl. He smiled and assured, the field hospital has always been in the rear, and nothing will happen to Vernier. Goobo then, he added another sentence, it's just that it may be a little harder. Remember what you said. Augusta warned Jerome Bonaparte again, don't worry. Jerome Bonaparte assured Vernier again. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked Augusta and Vernier to follow him to the study. Opened the drawer of the desk in front of Augusta and Vernier and found the notebook from the stack of documents at the bottom of the drawer. After finding the corresponding number of pages in the notebook, Jerome Bonaparte handed the notebook to Vernier. Look at this professional nurse outfit I designed. Augusta, who was on the side, also leaned over to Vernier to look at the masterpiece of Jerome Bonaparte. Since Jerome Bonaparte himself has a certain painting background, the sketches in the notebook basically belong to range that can be seen. After a while, Augusta looked up and asked, huh, why is the hat designed like this? It looks like a nun. Because Nightingale is a nun. Jerome Bonaparte thought to himself. Since Nightingale is still a little known person, he obviously cannot use this reason to prevaricate Augusta. Jerome Bonaparte had to respond solemnly, to prevent the hair and scalp crumbs fall. Who has done rough? Vernier couldn't help, but retorted in a low voice, and then pointed to the nurse's outfit and complained. Why is this dress so short? It hasn't reached the knees yet. You just need to wear a pair of white trousers. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Vernier point under the criticism of Vernier and Augusta. Jerome Bonaparte slightly revised part of the nurse's uniform design. The second version of the nurse's uniform is more conservative than the first point. In the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte sent more than 100 military doctors and nurses to Louis Pasteur to receive training from Louis Pasteur. There, they will feel the atmosphere of the field hospital in advance. In this atmosphere, many of the nurses who have been assigned have launched their retreats. They pin their hopes on Vernier. As long as Vernier leaves, they can also leave with the same reason. To their disappointment, however, Vernier persisted and trained. At the same time, the planning committee established by Jerome Bonaparte began to go online. As soon as the chairman Eugen Schneider came to power, he showed an inhumane side point with the help of the French Academy of Mathematics. Eugen Schneider developed a more complete system than before. All enterprises under this system are required to carry out high-intensity production operations under the direction of the planning committee and under the supervision of officials from subordinate departments. The speed of France has increased by about 20 on the original basis, and the gears of war are running at high intensity. Just when Eugen Schneider switched the mobilization system, in the royal palace of Turin, the capital of the Sardinian dynasty, located in the direction of the French Alps, a persuasion was going on. Your Majesty, we must join the alliance to declare war on the Russian Empire. Prime Minister Cavour said firmly to Victor Emmanuel II, Prime Minister, are you crazy? There is no historical hatred between the Sardinian dynasty and the Russian Empire. Why should we declare war on the Russian Empire? Victor Emmanuel II, who lived after the Second Otto War, the conservative monarch, who inherited his father's throne, told Cavour in shock. If it weren't for the fact that the Prime Minister's logical thinking was still online, Victor Emmanuel II would have wondered if he was really crazy. Your Majesty, are you willing to be the monarch of the entire Apennine Peninsula, or only the monarch of the Sardinian dynasty? Cavour asked with a serious expression. Victor Emmanuel II was just about to say that he would become the monarch of the Apennine Peninsula when he suddenly thought that his father ended up in exile because he provokes the Austrian Empire beyond his own capability. Riyadwan, so he perfunctorily said, what's the use of saying this? We are facing the Austrian Empire, Your Majesty. It is because we have to face the Austrian Empire that we need to join the alliance that declared war on Russia. Cavour solemnly analyzed for Victor Emmanuel II. Russia's ally is the Austrian Empire. As long as we declare war with the Russian Empire, then we will have the opportunity to use the power of France to repel the power of the Austrian Empire on the Apennine Peninsula. At that time, Your Majesty, you can unify the Apennine. If the Austrian Empire also voted for the Anglo-French alliance, wouldn't our efforts have been in vain? Victor Emmanuel II asked. Your Majesty, a country that can betray even its allies will never win the trust of Britain and France. Cavour said with oath, and then added, the purpose of the French Emperor is to destroy the Holy Alliance, thereby creating a brand new system, and one of the links in the Holy Alliance is the Austrian Empire. Chapter 456, The Chaotic Austrian Empire. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second. New. https:// the fastest update. No ads. After the conversation, Richard Metternich did not make too many stops at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After declining the invitation of the Chancellor de Louis Opera House, he went straight back to the Austrian embassy. Richard Metternich, who entered the embassy, saw the Rothschild ambassador with a black formal suit and a pistol stick in his hand walking towards him. Judging from his attire and movements, the Rothschild ambassador was preparing to go out to meet guests. Looking at the ambassador with a nonchalant attitude towards diplomacy in front of him, Richard Metternich couldn't help but have some complaints in his heart. Are you going out again? Richard Metternich asked Ambassador Rothschild with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ambassador Rothschild was stunned for a moment, then stopped, shrugged his shoulders at Richard Metternich with a smile on his face, and explained, yes. My cousin James Rothschild invited me. I'm going to his house. Then the matter of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Are you ready to let it go? Richard Metternich asked in a slightly excited tone. I think you've done a good job. The entire embassy is in good order under your governance. Ambassador Rothschild spread his hands and responded to Richard Metternich. The purpose of the embassy is not to deal with trivial matters, but Richard Metternich wanted to say something, but found that the embassy itself seemed to have only repeat readings except for trivial matters, the country's foreign policy. What else? Ambassador Rothschild replied frivolously. The role of the embassy is to maintain normal diplomatic relations between the two countries. Apart from that, there is no other role. We can neither decide the foreign policy of other countries, cannot determine the direction of their own diplomacy. All we can do is to give Vienna some suggestions. But has Vienna ever listened to these suggestions? Speaking of this, Ambassador Rothschild showed a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Richard, if I remember correctly, you have been writing to Vienna to make suggestions since you became the secretary of the embassy. Remember the website m.zbek.com, but is there anyone in Vienna who is willing to obey? Since Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg was in bed, what have you seen as the entire Austrian Empire? Rothschild had a ferocious expression on his face, and his tone became more and more rude. I bet that idiot boy has never read a letter you wrote to him. Ambassador Rothschild. Richard Metternich frowned and rebuked Rothschild. We shouldn't make assumptions about a foreign minister. Are you guessing? Ambassador Rothschild shook his head and replied to Richard Metternich, okay, Secretary Richard, since you said that, then I have nothing to say. Subsequently, Ambassador Rothschild asked Richard Metternich what happened at the Foreign Office. Richard Metternich truthfully reported the situation of Sardinia's participation in the war to Ambassador Rothschild. Mr. Richard, now is the time for the Austrian Empire to make a choice. Whether to stand on the side of Russia or on the side of Britain and France. Somehow, Richard Metternich always felt that Rothschild's words revealed a taste of schadenfreude. Yeah. Richard Metternich sighed. It's time to make a choice. It is not terrible for the Sardinian dynasty itself to participate in the war. What is scary is the attitude of the French Empire behind the Sardinian dynasty, and more importantly, the attitude of Jerome Bonaparte in the Tuileries Palace. The behavior of the Austrian snake and rat at both ends has made Jerome Bonaparte extremely upset. Austria becomes either France's enemy or France's friend. I'm going to prepare. Richard Metternich responded to Ambassador Rothschild. Are you going to write to Vienna again? Ambassador Rothschild asked casually. Yes. Richard Metternich nodded in response with a stern face. This time, I suggest that you slightly exaggerate the situation to a certain extent. You can't impress those guys in Vienna with a calm rhetoric. Rothschild suggested to Richard Metternich, and then added, you'd better write a letter to Prince Metternich and tell him what happened in Paris. If you don't act again, Paris is likely to point the finger at Austria. Yeah. Thank you for your suggestion. Richard Metternich nodded at Ambassador Rothschild with a forced smile, then walked straight to the second floor. Looking at Richard Metternich's slightly thin back, Rothschild shook his head and muttered softly, it's still a long way off. That afternoon, Richard Metternich, who had finished writing the letter of advice, handed the envelope to the confidant of the embassy and asked him to deliver it as soon as possible. The servant who took the letter nodded and assured Richard Metternich that it would be delivered. Go back quickly. Richard Metternich ordered again. Yes. The servants who took the letter had departed on the Paris-Strasbourg train at 4 p.m. and arrived in Strasbourg the following morning. He got off from Strasbourg and arrived in Germany through an unguarded trail. Then take the train to reach the junction area of Bavaria and Austria. It took only 4 days to transfer the carriage here to Vienna. When the servant brought the letter to Prince Metternich, who lived in the Manor of Vienna, the whole journey took only 4 days. Prince Metternich, who received the letter, first checked the letter from Richard Metternich. In the letter, Richard Metternich gave Prince Metternich an overview of the recent situation in Paris, including the planning committee's build and mobilize. Through Richard Metternich's description, Prince Metternich suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu in this so-called planning committee. Memories of the Great Revolution once again appeared in Prince Metternich's mind, and Prince Metternich's expression became more and more solemn. Jerome Bonaparte, is this guy crazy? Prince Metternich couldn't help but scolded. Does he think the current France is still the original France? Having said that, Prince Metternich's voice trembled involuntarily. As someone who has lived through that crazy era, Prince Metternich doesn't want to try it a second time. Owner. At this moment, the servant's voice reached Prince Metternich's ear. He glanced at the loyal servant in front of him and asked lightly, "What else, little master asked me to give this letter to Minister Bayeux. However, I can't see Minister Bayeux." The servant took out another letter and offered it with both hands. "Give it to Border." Prince Metternich took the letter from the servant and said to himself with a wry smile, "What's the use of handing it over to him? Everything in the Austrian Empire depends on the one from Schönbrunn Palace." Immediately, Metternich shook his head and said to the servant, "I will accept it, if you believe it. You wait here for a few days. After a few days, there will be results. At that time, it will not be too late for you to return to Paris." "Yes," the servant replied respectfully. Afterwards, Prince Metternich called the servants again, and with the help of the servants, he changed into a red court dress and put on a wig that he had not worn for a long time. Then Prince Metternich called the steward in charge of the stables and ordered him to prepare a carriage for him. "Master, where are you going?" the stable steward asked respectfully. "Schönbrunn Palace." Prince Metternich replied immediately. Under the guidance of the stable steward, a gorgeous open-top carriage stopped at the gate of the Metternich estate. King Metternich got into the carriage, and the carriage left the manor and drove towards the center of Vienna. After about an hour, the galloping carriage appeared at the gate of Vienna's suburbs. The soldiers in charge of guarding the city immediately gave way after seeing the Metternich sign on the carriage, and the carriage was able to continue forward into the city center. After the carriage that entered the city center went back and forth for several miles, it finally arrived at the Schönbrunn Palace. "Sir, we are here." Prince Metternich, who was almost drowsy in the carriage, woke up quickly after hearing the coachman's response. Seeing the Prince Metternich in the iconic building of Schönbrunn Palace through the car window, he got up and pushed the door to get out of the car. Immediately, he instructed the coachman not to drive the carriage around. The coachman nodded in response to Prince Metternich, and then he stepped up the steps and entered the interior of Schönbrunn Palace unimpeded. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you're disappointed. You can't meet His Majesty yet." The chief butler in charge of Schönbrunn Palace appeared in front of Prince Metternich after Metternich entered the hall and apologized to Prince Metternich. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with him?" Prince Metternich was slightly startled and asked with a slightly trembling voice. Read 1. Nothing. The big housekeeper shook his head and responded to King Metternichkin and then whispered to Metternich, because Princess Maria Ludovica Wilhelmine of Bavaria arrived with her 2 daughters, and His Majesty the Emperor was with him. "My 2 cousins are on an outing, so I don't have time to deal with government issues." Prince Metternich breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that the Emperor was in no serious condition, and then demanded that he must meet and discuss with Emperor Franz. "His Royal Highness Sophie is also going with His Majesty." "Your Majesty, what do you want to do? Paris may be about to attack Austria." Prince Metternich responded in an unsurprisingly unstoppable manner. This time the big butler couldn't calm down. He hurriedly asked Prince Metternich if the news was true. Chapter 447, Imperialist Friendship, Military Spending and Weapons and Equipment. The face of the French ambassador, who got a bargain and sold well, showed a hesitant expression, obviously wanting to let the Sardinian dynasty bring its own dry food. "We can prepare." Cava responded immediately. The French ambassador was moved by the fact that Cava brought his own dry food to serve the imperialists. He once again expressed to Cava that he would definitely convey the heart of the Sardinian kingdom to Paris, and he also believed in the French Empire will definitely agree that the Kingdom of Sardinia will join the ranks of declaring war on Russia. After that, the French ambassador talked with the Kingdom of Sardinia about many humanistic and historical stories, from the origin of the Apennine Peninsula to the rise and division of the Roman Empire in Cava, and then talked about the political structure of the Apennine Peninsula in modern times. Between the lines, all reveal the desire for the unification of the Apennine Peninsula. At the same time, Cava also hinted to the French ambassador that, if the Sardinian dynasty could be fortunate enough to liberate Lombardy and Venice from the Austrian Empire with the help of the French Empire, the Patin dynasty would be willing to pay any price, including the French Empire's territorial rights. Cava believed that Jerome Bonaparte, the self-proclaimed successor of the First Empire, would never give up the expansion of natural frontiers. Nice and Savoy were one of his chips. To attract Jerome Bonaparte. However, Cava hinted that he had not received any positive feedback from the French ambassador. As one of the most capable men under de Roos, the foreign minister who was favored by Jerome Bonaparte, he knew that his superiors had great influence on continental, with balanced attention. Cava's idea could not pass in the hands of de Lewis, unless Cava can directly pass his thoughts to the emperor through some kind of channel. The French ambassador, adhering to the idea of doing more mistakes and doing less mistakes, has decided that he will never receive a clear instruction from the emperor will act rashly. For Cava's suggestion, the French ambassador was just judging him. The French ambassador's non-stick attitude made Cava a little disappointed, but fortunately, Cava still had a trump card that he didn't use. That is the cousin lurking next to Jerome Bonaparte. From the scattered news from Paris, we can know that the cousin has completely won the trust of the emperor and the queen, and now it is the cousin who needs to serve the country. It's time. At this time, Cava did not know that his cousin Vernier had long been a traitor to the Sardinian dynasty. However, under the influence of the National Intelligence Service and the Internal Intelligence Bureau, only a few nails have been pulled out of their own intelligence network, and there is no way to know the real news. Those nails were also deliberately left by Marcel Yalaja for fishing law enforcement. Cava, who returned to his residence, immediately wrote a letter in his study, in which he wrote all what Cava said at the French embassy. At the end of the letter, he also instructed Vernier to please the French emperor as much as possible, and not to be petty. Whether Lombardy and Venice can break away from the clutches of Austria depends on Vernier and the like. After writing the letter, Cava checked the contents of the letter again to see if there were any inappropriate words. Checking it 3 times, Cava folded the letter and made it into a specially made old envelope and handed it over to him. His most loyal servant specifically enjoined him to deliver the letter intact to the point of contact at all costs. The confidant servant solemnly put the letter in his arms and assured Cava that the letter would be delivered immediately. Taking advantage of the darkness, he left Cava's room, left Turin, and went to Paris. Cava, standing on the balcony with his hands on the iron fence, watched the servants leave until he completely disappeared into the night. Then he raised his head and glanced at the dark sky and the stars in the distance. Suddenly, a shooting star appeared, skipping from the sky in the distance. Cava hurriedly closed his eyes and prayed. He was praying for the success of his next move. While Cava was praying for the success of the plan, in the French embassy in Sardinia, the French ambassador was ordering telegraph workers in the embassy to send a telegram to Paris. The content of the telegram was the topic that Cava discussed with him this afternoon. Out of support for his own leadership, the French ambassador did not touch upon Cava's implied content in the telegram. After the telegram was sent to Paris by telegraph operators, members of the Paris Telegraph Office quickly copied it and handed it over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Secretary of State stationed in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also found the Dumpling Minister de Lewis in the Opera House. After learning the content of the Sardinian telegram, de Lewis immediately said casually, "The Ding Dynasty telegram can be put on hold for a while, and then reported to Jerome Bonaparte tomorrow." After the Secretary of State heard de Roos's remarks, he also relaxed and returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after a short crazy night. De Lewis still maintained his vigorous energy to go to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Secretary of State told de Lewis all his work schedule for the day as usual. De Roos nodded after listening to the State Secretary's report and asked where the telegram sent by the Sardinian embassy yesterday was now. Afterwards, the Secretary of State took out yesterday's telegram and placed it in front of de Roos. De Roos became dignified after reading the contents of the telegram and immediately ordered the Secretary of State to prepare a carriage for him by telegram to the Tuileries Palace. As soon as de Roos's order was given, the Secretary of State immediately started to act. When de Roos walked downstairs and walked out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he heard a black open-top carriage under the steps. De Roos ran to the carriage in 3 steps and 2 steps. The Secretary of State, who was standing beside the carriage, opened the door. D. Lewis entered the carriage and closed the door. The carriage galloped fast along the banks of the Seine, and went straight along the banks of the Seine, and soon arrived at the intersection of one end of the Champs-Élysées Avenue and the Rue de Rivoli. The crowd also increased, and the carriage could not help slowing down. About 5 minutes later, D. Ruse arrived at the gate of the Tuileries Palace. D. Lewis, who jumped out of the carriage, quickly entered the hall of the Tuileries Palace, where he met Mocha. Under the leadership of Mocha, D. Ruse arrived at Jerome Bonaparte's study. Looking at the sudden appearance of the foreign minister, Jerome Bonaparte, who was about to steal his life for half a day, showed his surprise. D. Ruse, who entered the study, immediately told Jerome Bonaparte what the French embassy had reported, and put the telegram from the French embassy on Jerome Bonaparte's brown red paint on a pinewood desk. Jerome Bonaparte, who had carefully checked the contents of the telegram, put down the telegram, and invited D. Ruse to sit on the sofa to discuss in detail. D. Ruse thanked Jerome Bonaparte first, and then sat down on the sofa. Then, as usual, Jerome Bonaparte took out the humidor and matches that were kept in the drawer of the desk, opened the humidor, and placed it in front of D. Ruse. After expressing his gratitude to Jerome Bonaparte, D. Ruse skillfully picked up the cigar and lit the cigar with a match. After taking several sips, he showed an intoxicated look, as if he was smoking opium. After a while, D. Lewis's expression returned to normal, and Jerome Bonaparte, who was quietly waiting for D. Lewis to return to normal, said solemnly, "What do you think about this telegram? Should we agree to Cava's request?" "Your Majesty, I think I should agree." D. Lewis said without hesitation that the Sardinian dynasty could act as cannon fodder for the French Empire, to reduce unnecessary casualties of the French Empire. "Aren't you afraid that this will irritate the Austrian Empire?" Jerome Bonaparte said with a half smile. "Your Majesty, I think we should tell the Austrian Empire this news. Only in this way can they make a choice as soon as possible. Stand with us." On the issue of the Austrian Empire, D. Lewis also adhered to the attitude of always being close to the Austrian Empire, responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Riyadh1.com The Austrian Empire will be handed over to you. Be sure to put pressure on them to deliver the ultimatum to the Russian Empire as soon as possible. This time, Jerome Bonaparte decided not to interfere in the operation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs complete the tasks that belonged to them. D. Ruse was stunned when he heard that Jerome Bonaparte acted as a hands-off shopkeeper, and then immediately assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would convey Jerome Bonaparte's will to the Austrian Empire. When D. Ruse left the Tuileries Palace and returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he immediately ordered his state secretary to invite Richard Metternich over. The Secretary of State obeyed D. Ruse's order and went to the ambassador to Austria to invite Richard Metternich over. Half an hour later, the Secretary of State and Richard Metternich came to the study. D. Ruse told Richard Metternich about the disappearance of Cava's desire to lead the Sardinian army in the war against the Russian Empire. As D. Ruse had expected, Richard Metternich was slightly nervous after hearing that the Sardinian dynasty had joined the war. Immediately, the attitude of the Austrian Empire towards the Russian Empire was once again reiterated. "Your Excellency Richard, I hope you and Prince Metternich can persuade your monarch to act as soon as possible. Otherwise I can't guarantee how much patience my monarch will continue to wait. This country may usher in a tragedy." D. Ruse threatened Richard Metternich. "I see. I will definitely persuade His Majesty to make a decision as soon as possible." Click to download the app of this site. Massive novels. Free to read. Chapter 468. Where is the road? Chapter 466 Upload errors has been modified. After the conversation, Richard Metternich did not make too many stops at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After declining the invitation of the Chancellor de Louis Opera House, he went straight back to the Austrian embassy. Richard Metternich, who entered the embassy, saw the Rothschild ambassador with a black formal suit and a pistol stick in his hand walking towards him. Judging from his attire and movements, the Rothschild ambassador was preparing to go out to meet guests. Looking at the ambassador with a nonchalant attitude towards diplomacy in front of him, Richard Metternich couldn't help but have some complaints in his heart. "Are you going out again?" Richard Metternich asked Ambassador Rothschild with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ambassador Rothschild was stunned for a moment, then stopped. shrugged his shoulders at Richard Metternich with a smile on his face, and explained, "Yes, my cousin James Rothschild invited me. I'm going to his house." Then the matter of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Are you ready to let it go?" Richard Metternich asked in a slightly excited tone. "I think you've done a good job. The entire embassy is in good order under your governance." Ambassador Rothschild spread his hands and responded to Richard Metternich. "The purpose of the embassy is not to deal with trivial matters, but..." Richard Metternich wanted to say something, but found that the embassy itself seemed to have only repeat readings except for trivial matters, the country's foreign policy. "What else?" Ambassador Rothschild replied frivolously that the role of the embassy is to maintain normal diplomatic relations between the two countries. Apart from that, there is no other role. We can neither decide the foreign policy of other countries, cannot determine the direction of one's own diplomacy. Ambassador Rothschild paused and sighed. "All we can do is to give Vienna some suggestions. But these suggestions, Vienna, has you ever listened to it?" Speaking of this, Ambassador Rothschild showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Richard, if I remember correctly, you have been writing to Vienna with suggestions since you became the secretary of the embassy." Richard Metternich's face shows a look of frustration. "But gone of Vienna, is there anyone willing to listen? Since Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg was in bed, what have you seen as the entire Austrian Empire?" Rothschild had a ferocious expression on his face, and his tone became more and more rude. "I bet that idiot Bauer, Austrian foreign minister, has never read a letter you wrote to him." Ambassador Rothschild. Richard Metternich frowned and rebuked Rothschild. "We shouldn't make assumptions about a foreign minister." "Ah, you guessing?" Ambassador Rothschild shook his head and replied to Richard Metternich, "Okay, Secretary Richard, since you said that, then I have nothing to say." Subsequently, Ambassador Rothschild asked Richard Metternich what happened at the Foreign Office. Richard Metternich truthfully reported the situation of Sardinia's participation in the war to Ambassador Rothschild. "Mr. Richard, now is the time for the Austrian Empire to make a choice. Whether to stand on the side of Russia or on the side of Britain and France." Somehow, Richard Metternich always felt that Rothschild's words revealed a taste of schadenfreude. "Yeah." Richard Metternich sighed. "It's time to make a choice. It is not terrible for the Sardinian dynasty itself to participate in the war. What is scary is the attitude of the French Empire behind the Sardinian dynasty, and more importantly, the attitude of Jerome Bonaparte in the Tuileries Palace. The behavior of the Austrian snake and rat at both ends has made Jerome Bonaparte extremely upset. Austria becomes either France's enemy or France's friend. I'm going to prepare." Richard Metternich responded to Ambassador Rothschild. "Ah, you going to write to Vienna again?" Ambassador Rothschild asked casually. "Yes." Richard Metternich nodded in response with a stern face. "This time, I suggest that you slightly exaggerate the situation to a certain extent. You can't impress those guys in Vienna with a calm rhetoric." Rothschild suggested to Richard Metternich, and then added, "You'd better write a letter to Prince Metternich and tell him what happened in Paris. If you don't act again, Paris is likely to point the finger at Austria." "Yeah. Thank you for your suggestion." Richard Metternich nodded at Ambassador Rothschild with a forced smile, then walked straight to the second floor. Looking at Richard Metternich's slightly thin back, Rothschild shook his head and muttered softly, "It's still a long way off." On the afternoon of the same day, Richard Metternich, who had written a letter of advice, one to Minister Bauer and the other to his father Prince Metternich, handed the envelope to the confidant of the embassy, Prince Metternich's servant, responsible for taking care of Richard Metternich's daily life on weekdays, and instructed him to deliver it as soon as possible. The servant who took the letter nodded and assured Richard Metternich that it would be delivered. "Go back quickly." Richard Metternich ordered again. "Yes." The servants who took the letter had departed on the Paris-Strasbourg train at 4 p.m. and arrived in Strasbourg the following morning. He got off from Strasbourg and arrived in Germany through an unguarded trail. Then take the train to reach the junction area of Bavaria and Austria. It took only 4 days to transfer the carriage here to Vienna. When the servant brought the letter to Prince Metternich, who lived in the Manor of Vienna, the whole journey took only 4 days. Prince Metternich, who received the letter, first checked the letter from Richard Metternich. In the letter, Richard Metternich gave Prince Metternich an overview of the recent situation in Paris, including the planning committee's build and mobilize. Through Richard Metternich's description, Prince Metternich suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu in this so-called planning committee. Memories of the Great Revolution once again appeared in Prince Metternich's mind, and Prince Metternich's expression became more and more solemn. Jérôme Bonaparte, is this guy crazy? Prince Metternich couldn't help but scolded. Does he think the current France is still the original France? Having said that, Prince Metternich's voice trembled involuntarily. As someone who has lived through that crazy era, Prince Metternich doesn't want to try it a second time. Owner. At this moment, the servant's voice reached Prince Metternich's ear. He glanced at the loyal servant in front of him and asked lightly, "What else, little master asked me to give this letter to Minister Bayeux. However, I can't see Minister Bayeux." The servant took out another letter and offered it with both hands. "Give it to Border." Prince Metternich took the letter from the servant and said to himself with a wry smile, "What's the use of handing it over to him? Everything in the Austrian Empire depends on the one from Schönbrunn Palace." Immediately, Metternich shook his head and said to the servant, "I will accept it, if you believe it. You wait here for a few days. After a few days, there will be results. At that time, it will not be too late for you to return to Paris." "Yes," the servant replied respectfully. Afterwards, Prince Metternich called the servants again, and with the help of the servants, he changed into a red court dress and put on a wig that he had not worn for a long time. Then Prince Metternich called the steward in charge of the stables and ordered him to prepare a carriage for him. "Master, where are you going?" the stable steward asked respectfully. "Schönbrunn Palace." Prince Metternich replied immediately. Under the guidance of the stable steward, a gorgeous open-top carriage stopped at the gate of the Metternich estate. King Metternich got into the carriage, and the carriage left the manor and drove towards the center of Vienna. After about an hour, the galloping carriage appeared at the gate of Vienna's suburbs. The soldiers in charge of guarding the city immediately gave way after seeing the Metternich sign on the carriage, and the carriage was able to continue forward into the city center. After the carriage that entered the city center went back and forth for several miles, it finally arrived at the Schönbrunn Palace. "Sir, we are here." Prince Metternich, who was almost drowsy in the carriage, woke up quickly after hearing the coachman's response. Riyadh1.com saw the sign of Schönbrunn Palace through the car window. Sex building. Prince Metternich of the Fountain got up and pushed the door to get out of the car. Immediately, he instructed the coachman not to drive the carriage around. The coachman nodded in response to Prince Metternich, and then he stepped up the steps and entered the interior of Schönbrunn Palace unimpeded. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you're disappointed. You can't meet His Majesty yet." The chief butler in charge of Schönbrunn Palace appeared in front of Prince Metternich after Metternich entered the hall and apologized to Prince Metternich. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with him?" Prince Metternich was slightly startled and asked with a slightly trembling voice. "Nothing." The big housekeeper shook his head and responded to Metternich Kinkin, and then whispered to Metternich, "Because Princess Maria Ludovica Wilhelmine of Bavaria, sister of Empress Dowager Sophie, brought her own family. His 2 daughters have arrived, and His Majesty the Emperor is on an outing with his 2 cousins, so there is no time for government affairs." Prince Metternich breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that the emperor was in no serious condition, and then demanded that he must meet and discuss with Emperor Franz. "His Royal Highness Sophie is also going with His Majesty." "Your Majesty, what do you want to do? Paris may be about to attack Austria." Prince Metternich responded in an unsurprisingly unstoppable manner. This time the big butler couldn't calm down. He hurriedly asked Prince Metternich if the news was true. Click to download this site app. Massive novels. Free to read. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459. Sissy and Franz. The French Empire has drawn up plans to invite the Kingdom of Sardinia to participate in the war against the Russian Empire. Before long, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Sardinia will appear on the battlefields of the Near East. Prince Metternich looked solemn, but spoke to the chief steward in a tone slightly lower than before. Obviously, he didn't want more people to know about it. The chief butler of Schönbrunn Palace immediately understood what Prince Metternich meant. Since the soldiers of the Sardinian kingdom can appear in the Near East, the soldiers of the French Empire can also appear in Lombardy and Venice. In particular, it is only 3 years before the Austrian Empire fully suppressed the rebellion. The Austrian Empire's rule over Lombardy and Venice was limited to the superficial obedience of the cities, and the vast rural areas attached to the cities had not yet fully obeyed the Austrian Empire's rule. Once the French and Sardinian armies headed to Lombardy, the area that had been subject to Austrian rule would surely usher in another rebellion, and the Austrian Empire could easily fall into the same predicament as it was during the Great Revolution. Thinking of this, the big butler's face immediately turned pale, and he knew that it was indeed a critical moment for the Austrian Empire. Up to now, it is no longer a matter of concern whether it will disturb the emperor's outing mood. Your Excellency, please come with me. The big butler responded decisively to King Metternich. The chief butler and Metternich walked out of Schönbrunn Palace one after another. The coachman who was parked near the fountain of Schönbrunn Palace thought that Metternich had finished his work and was about to leave. After seeing Prince Metternich coming out, he quickly drove to Prince Metternich. Your Majesty, is this your carriage? The big butler pointed to Prince Metternich's carriage and asked Metternich. That's right. Prince Metternich nodded and replied. Can I borrow your carriage? The big butler asked Prince Metternich again. Get in the car. Prince Metternich immediately invited the big butler to get in the car. The big butler first explained the destination to the coachman, and then sat in the carriage with Prince Metternich. The carriage started again, and this time the location they were going to was near a forest in the northeast of Vienna, where Emperor Franz Joseph and Empress Dowager Sophie were now. Under the urging of the big housekeeper, the carriage galloped all the way, and soon reached a place less than 1 kilometer away from the forest. A trickling river blocked the direction of the carriage. The river was meandering like a snake, and nowhere was straight. It extended to the distant hills. On both sides of the river there were dikes, vegetable gardens, farmland, and water-powered mills. The river and the forest in front of the river were the areas they were searching for. The carriage went all the way in the direction of the river, and finally found a wooden bridge that could pass through. The carriage that crossed the bridge to the other side of the river continued to search for the movements of Emperor Franz Joseph. On the way, I also asked the owner of a mill, and I learned that a group of noble grandfathers passed by them in a carriage that was too gorgeous to be added. Prince Metternich immediately thought that the nobleman in the mouth of the miller must be the emperor. Prince Metternich and the chief steward continued their non-stop search for the river, and finally found the hussars who were following the Austrian emperor next to a water wheel. Prince Metternich, who had found the hussars, realized that the emperor was nearby, and hurriedly ordered the coachman to stop. Then he opened the car door, and walked with the big butler to the front of the hussars. At this time, the hussars in grey military uniforms, and saw their sabers, were leading their horses together in small groups, smoking inferior cigarettes made by a cigarette factory in Vienna, and communicating with each other in vulgar German dialect. Until one of the hussars spotted Prince Metternich, all the hussars stopped talking and dispersed. Prince Metternich, who arrived in front of the hussars, asked the hussars present, "Where is your majesty?" The leading hussar major pointed to the 5 small black dots in the distance, and responded to Prince Metternich, "Your majesty and his royal highness Sophie, and the 2 princesses are there." Prince Metternich and the chief butler, who finally found their target, tried to rush in the direction of the major's finger, but were stopped by the major. "Your majesty doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone." The major shook his head and said to Metternich, "Even if the French Empire is about to attack the Austrian Empire?" Prince Metternich asked back. The hussar major's face changed greatly after hearing this, and he quickly moved out of the way, and Metternich was able to pass. The big butler stood there and waited quietly for Metternich. Metternich walked all the way. The original 5 black dots gradually revealed their outlines with Metternich's movement. Metternich couldn't help but quicken his pace. When Prince Metternich was less than 300 meters away from Franz Joseph, his figure was discovered by a fair-skinned girl in a fluffy court dress, with a hint of beauty and naughty between her eyebrows, and beside the girl it was Franz Joseph and her slightly manly older sister. At this time, Franz Joseph was following his mother's order and watching a painting being completed. and the person who painted it was Helen, who was about to become his wife. Gooting it's just that Franz Josef didn't like his fiancée. Franz Josef didn't see any passion in her. She was just like another self. Compared with Helen, Franz Josef still prefers the eccentric Elizabeth, but is his mother really willing to let Elizabeth enter the court? Thinking of this, Franz Josef couldn't help frowning slightly, and his thoughts drifted into the distance involuntarily. Your Majesty, someone is here. The girl's sudden cry brought Franz Josef's thoughts back to reality. Franz Josef, who had recovered, turned his head and glanced in the direction of the hussars. Prince Metternich was walking towards Franz Josef at a pace that was not his age. Franz Josef frowned, a look of boredom in his eyes. He had already told the big butler who stayed at the Schönbrunn Palace about the outing. Why was King Metternich still able to find this place? When King Metternich arrived in front of Franz Josef, Franz Josef said coldly, "Prince Metternich, what happened to make you so eager to meet me?" Hearing Franz Josef's words, Prince Metternich knew that, if he could not give a suitable reason, it would be difficult to gain a foothold in the Habsburg court in the future. So Prince Metternich handed over the letterhead originally sent to Minister Boer to Franz Josef. Franz Josef, who took the envelope, looked at the unopened envelope and Richard Metternich's signature, and showed a surprised expression. "Your Majesty, you'll know when you open it," Prince Metternich said to Franz Josef. Franz Josef opened the envelope, opened the folded letterhead and read it line by line. As Franz Josef's reading lines increased, Franz Josef's face became more and more gloomy. After Franz Josef read the last line, he raised his head again and asked in a heavy tone, "Who else has read this letter?" "Only you, Your Majesty," Prince Metternich replied. "Then, how did you know the contents of the letter?" Franz Josef said in a slightly aggressive tone. Prince Metternich gave Franz Josef the letter that Richard Metternich wrote to him without hesitation. After comparing the contents of the two letters, Franz Josef found that Richard made the letter that Tern wrote to himself, actually, to Minister Boer, was more detailed than to Metternich. "What do you think?" Franz Josef returned the letter belonging to Metternich and asked in a cautious tone. "Your Majesty, it depends on what you want to do." Prince Metternich replied to Franz Josef, "If you believe that the interests of the Russian Empire are far greater than those of Britain and France, then the Austrian Empire needs to cooperate with Russia. The Empire won the Ottoman Empire. If you think the Russian Empire is a threat to the security of the Austrian Empire, then we might as well join the French side." Advisor Metternich, which side do you think we should stand on? Franz Josef asked Prince Metternich again. "I think it's best to discuss this issue with the military and government departments before making a decision." Prince Metternich responded to Franz Josef. He didn't want to be like the last time. He and his son had a lot of money. It took a long time to reach a quasi-alliance relationship between France and Austria, but because of a word from the army, it fell short. Since the Austrian army believes that the French Empire is a threat to the Austrian Empire, now the threat of war in the French Empire is really coming. And it depends on how the Austrian Empire army responds. Franz Josef glanced at Prince Metternich, followed Schwarzenberg to study with him for a period of time, and understood a little of Prince Metternich's intentions for Prince Metternich's move to shirk responsibility now. Riyadh1.com Franz Josef is not angry. "I know what you mean. However, I have to explain the situation to my mother first," Franz Josef said to Prince Metternich. Franz Josef first said sorry to Helen and Elizabeth. After asking for their understanding, Franz Josef went to the cabin 100 meters away from him. His mother, Queen Sophie, and future mother-in-law, Princess Mary, were in the cabin. Franz Josef, who entered the wooden house, first said hello to his mother and Princess Mary, and then explained his intention to Queen Sophie and Princess Mary. "This Metternich, this is not likable at all. He was such a disappointing guy back then." Empress Dowager Sophie frowned and said glumly, "Sister." Princess Mary said earnestly, holding the sign language of the Queen Mother. "Sophie, Prince Metternich is also for this country." Then he turned his head and responded to Franz Josef, "It's still more important for the country." Chapter 460, Austria in dispute. Franz Josef pleaded guilty to Princess Mary again, and promised to find a suitable time for another outing. After all, Franz Josef still prefers to go out with his innocent and lively little cousin, Elizabeth. Only when he is with Elizabeth can Franz Joseph be able to break free from the dull court environment and experience a new feeling he had never experienced before. However, Franz Joseph hadn't figured out how to euphemistically express his thoughts to his future mother-in-law. Thinking of this troubling thing, Franz Joseph couldn't help but glance at his mother. He desperately hoped that her mother could see his inner thoughts clearly and then change the object of his marriage to Princess Mary so that there is no need to endure this torture. Hope is hope after all. Franz Joseph didn't know that his Queen Mother Sophie, who had full control desire, didn't like Elizabeth. Little book pavilion app from Elizabeth. She saw the shadow of her once rebellious self. It was a time when the Queen Mother Sophie was unwilling to recall the dusty past. The protagonist of the memory is her, and a close friend who has passed away for many years. Sophie, who was afraid that Elizabeth would repeat the same mistakes, was obviously more inclined to know Helen, who was knowledgeable, bookful, easy, and ceremonial, as her daughter-in-law. In this case, she can still remotely command the entire Habsburg political situation as the Empress Dowager. However, would Franz Joseph really marry Helen as at ease as she thought? Franz Joseph, who left the cabin, came to Elizabeth, Sissy, and Helen again, and apologized to them for today's halfway outing. Then he kissed Helen and Elizabeth respectively, and left. Metternich, who was standing aside, noticed that Franz Joseph was very perfunctory when he kissed the back of Princess Helen's hand, as if he was doing a routine. When kissing Princess Elizabeth, the Emperor seemed extra solemn, as if he was doing a very sacred thing. Metternich, who was once a **** in Austria's love scene, realized instantly that Franz Joseph did not like Princess Helen of the Habsburg template, but Princess Elizabeth, who was incompatible with the Habsburg style. Then Metternich thought about the character flaws of her own student Franz Joseph and the attitude of the Queen Mother Sophie towards Elizabeth, and she couldn't help worrying about Franz Joseph's upcoming wedding. Mr. Metternich, let's go, Franz Joseph said to Metternich in a kind but majestic tone, as ordered. Prince Metternich, who had recovered his senses, nodded hurriedly. Franz Joseph and Prince Metternich walked half a distance behind, and soon arrived at the place where the hussars were point. After seeing Franz Joseph's arrival, the hussar major and his soldiers hurriedly bowed their knees to Franz Joseph. Get up. Franz Joseph raised his hand gently, and then asked where the carriage was. The hussar major explained to Franz Joseph that the carriage returned to Vienna first. Because of the uncertain time of Franz Joseph and others' outing. There were no extra carriages nearby, and Franz Joseph only dared to sit in Metternich's carriage and follow Metternich back to Vienna. As for the main housekeeper of Schönbrunn Palace, Franz Joseph arranged here to take care of Queen Sophie and Princess Mary. Prince Metternich and Franz Joseph got into the carriage, and the carriage quickly arrived at Schönbrunn Palace. Franz Joseph, who returned to Schönbrunn Palace, gave an order to his adjutant as soon as he entered the door. The order requires the Austrian Empire military represented by Count Hesse, Austrian War Minister, and the Austrian Imperial Government represented by Count Bauer and Minister Bay. The Minister of the Interior, Count Bauer, is completely external, and Bach is responsible for managing the interior of the Austrian Empire. Be sure to arrive at the Schönbrunn Palace Conference Hall before 7 p.m. Once the order was given, dozens of hussars rode to deliver the letter. Time passed quietly, and the sunset also climbed from the trunk to the branches, and then to the leaves, until the last ray of sunlight disappeared on the leaves. Night fell and the cold wind began. The cold wind in winter made a rustling sound, blowing mercilessly against the glass windows, making the glass windows sound like old gears not being oiled. At this moment, the Schönbrunn Palace is brightly lit, and carriages drove into the Schönbrunn Palace from the darkness in the distance, and stopped in an open space in front of the Schönbrunn Palace. The car door opened, and government officials and military leaders stepped down from the carriage. They gathered together in twos and threes, shook hands warmly, and asked about each other's current situation. The people who entered the Schönbrunn Palace entered the conference hall in the Schönbrunn Palace under the leadership of the Emperor's adjutant. Under the crystal chandelier that lights the candle is a long square table. Franz Joseph, who is sitting at one end of the main entrance of the conference hall, is calling them here this time, and the first person sitting on his left is Prince Metternich. Everyone who arrived in the conference hall showed different expressions after seeing Metternich present. Among them, Earl Bauer, who was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, had the most expressive expressions, and he was also a little wary in addition to being surprised. After all, it is not a good thing for Prince Metternich to participate in this meeting as an advisor. If the trouble is not good, I'm afraid there will be another big change in the cabinet. Everyone, please sit down. Franz Joseph, who did not show any emotion on his face as a reference, stretched out his hand and invited everyone present to take a seat. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone present bowed and saluted Franz Joseph and obeyed Franz Joseph's orders to sit down. The government orders officials represented by Count Bauer consciously sat on the left of Franz Joseph, and the military represented by Minister Hess sat on the right of Franz Joseph. It's just that the Earl of Bauer sat in the second position on the left, and Minister Hess sat in the first position. The power of the foreign minister seems to be less than that of the war minister, and the target of the war minister is Metternich's advisor. Bauer is not clear whether this is an unintentional act of the emperor or a deliberate arrangement. A sense of urgency. Could it be that His Majesty is already dissatisfied with me? Count Bauer, who was sitting in the armchair, asked secretly in his heart, and then he searched again for his diplomatic strategy during this period. Count Bauer, who had repeatedly confirmed that he had not made any mistakes in his diplomacy, felt a little calmer in his heart. Sitting in the center, Franz Joseph looked around with a blank expression, then turned to Prince Metternich and said lightly, "Prince Metternich, you can start." Start? What to start with? Everyone present looked at Metternich blankly. Until now they didn't understand what happened. Prince Metternich, who was pushed into the air by Franz Joseph, immediately understood that this was Franz Joseph's revenge against him. Ugh. His Majesty's methods are still too naive. Prince Metternich sighed inwardly, and then reported the news of France to everyone present with a serious face. According to the information obtained by the Empire in the French embassy, the French Empire has drawn up a plan to invite the Kingdom of Sardinia to participate in the war against the Russian Empire. Once the Kingdom of Sardinia and the French Empire fight side by side, it will inevitably cause damage to the borders of the Empire. A certain level of threat. As soon as these words came out, the faces of present changed, and among them, Count Bauer's face was the most ugly. It can be said that the invitation of the French Empire to Sardinia to participate in the war against Russia is itself a balanced system for Count Bauer. He thinks he has learned the essence of Schwarzenberg and Prince Metternich, and he has not been able to satisfy Franz Joseph idea. Destruction. Provocation. Minister Hess shouted, and then added, "This is a provocation by the French Empire against the Austrian Empire." Secretary Hess, don't be so excited. Franz Joseph frowned and tapped the table lightly to remind him, "Your Majesty." Minister Hess had to lower his voice, and responded to Franz Joseph, "The purpose of the French Empire is to drag us into the war against the Russian Empire. Once Austria declares war with the Russian Empire, the Russian Empire will definitely support it. The Slavic peoples in our country will fight. At that time, Poland will inevitably rise. The Apennine Peninsula will also be in turmoil. The Austrian Empire in the German region will Riyadh1.com and the lofty position of the entire international bear will fall from the clouds. The French Empire will replace the international status of the Austrian Empire." However, Minister Hess, Franz Joseph folded his hands, leaned forward slightly, and responded seriously to Hess, "If the Empire does not declare war on the Russian Empire, we will also be threatened on the Apennine Peninsula. Your Majesty, please rest assured." Minister Hess replied to Franz Joseph with oath, "The French Empire is just bluffing, and with their existing military strength, they can't support the possibility of two-front battles." After Franz Joseph heard Hess' assurance, his heart swayed again. "Minister Hess, do you really know France?" At this moment, Prince Metternich's voice came from directly opposite Minister Hess. "Of course." Minister Hess replied to Prince Metternich with a hint of arrogance in his words, "I was once fortunate enough to be appointed by Emperor Franz, grandfather of Franz, the last emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, the first person of the Austrian Empire. The emperor was chosen to be the Austrian military attaché in France, and he knows France very well. So how many standing troops does the French Empire have?" Prince Metternich asked Minister Hess. 426,000. Wrong. Prince Metternich retorted, and then added, the total number of the French army now is about 600,000. As soon as Metternich's voice fell, the faces of the military representatives showed shock. Impossible. Minister Hess shook his head and said firmly to Prince Metternich, click to download this site app, massive novels, free to read. Chapter 461, Indecisive France. Impossible, Prince. Metternich's statement about France's standing army data is a bit appalling, both for the military and for the government. What does a standing army of 600,000 people mean? A standing army of 600,000 means that the French alone is enough to wipe out the entire German army. Only Prussia and Austria are the only countries in the whole of Germany that can really have the determination and ability to fight against France, and Prussia's standing army number is 180,000. In view of the combat effectiveness of the Prussian Secondary Reserve in 1851, the Austrian Empire did not put the Prussian Secondary and Reserves accounted as combat power. The existing standing army of the Austrian Empire is only in the early 400,000s. It can be said that the entire German region can pull out only about 580,000 to 700,000 troops in World War I. These armies cannot effectively suppress France at all. As long as the French army is mobilized quickly enough, the vassal states of South Germany have accumulated military might in France for many years, and they dare not attack the French Empire at all. 1 + 1 - 1, the French Empire only needs to send some soldiers to Lombardy and Venice, and those lurking Apennine rebels will rise up. At that time, the Austrian Empire may have to repeat the old events of the 1848 revolution. This time their opponent has become the French Empire, whose equipment and morale are more than one grade stronger than that of the Kingdom of Sardinia. Austrian generals, including Radetzky, were not sure they would win. The Four Corners fortress, which once defended the attack of Albert's 60,000 troops, had no way of defending against the attack of the French Empire. P.S. The essence of the Four Corner fortress is to prevent the poor, and not the rich. As long as there are enough cannons, the Four Corner fortress can be completely leveled. Besides, is the Kingdom of Prussia really willing to form a combined army with Austria now against France? Only God knows this question. This is the reason why Metternich's words were met with fierce opposition from Minister Hess. Once Minister Hess admitted that France had 600,000 troops, then he had to think about how to prepare for the attack of France's 600,000 troops. To guard against an army of this size, the only way is to form an army of the same size, but the finances of the Austrian Empire may not be able to afford such a large army. Since the Napoleonic Wars, the Austrian Imperial Army has been silently watching the technological and strategic development of European countries in the posture of an ostrich. A strategic and military leader as strong as Archduke Karol. In the end, he still cannot change the Austrian Imperial Army from the root. He can only choose to repair the existing foundation, so that this vase, that is not very solid, can be repaired. Appearance can intimidate people. Not to mention the old Marshal Radetzky, who was ordered to defeat the invasion of the Sardinian kingdom and quell the rebellion in northern Italy. But there is no way to completely improve the Imperial Army. The Austrian Imperial Army under the leadership of Minister Hess no longer imagined the glory of the Holy Roman Empire, but responded to everything with a defensive counterattack. Regarding Minister Hess's almost ostrich strategic thinking, Prince Metternich bluntly criticized, "Master Hess, your news is out of date." Afterwards, Prince Metternich revealed all the recent military reforms of the French Empire. These are all hearsays by Richard Metternich, and then relayed to Prince Metternich. Minister Hess, the army of the Austrian Empire. Franz Joseph looked at Hess earnestly after hearing the reform measures described by Metternich, the meaning of which was self-evident. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid not." Minister Hess shook his head and responded to Franz Joseph with a wry smile. Not to mention, the Austrian Empire does not have a substitute service system at all. Even if there is, the financial resources required by the 600,000 troops are also a small amount. An astronomical amount. Only a country like France can afford a huge military expenditure. So, once the Austrian Empire and the French Empire are at odds, our army will not be able to resist the French Empire at all. Franz Joseph frowned slightly and said in a dull tone, "We are not alone. There is also the German Confederation, Your Majesty." Minister Hess hurriedly reminded Franz Joseph Minister Hess, according to the German Confederacy War, the Kingdom of Badi and the Kingdom of Venice are not included in it. Prince Metternich kindly is the Minister of Hesse Cope. Prince Metternich, are you acting as a lobbyist for the French Empire? Don't forget, you are a subject of the Austrian Empire, and everything you belong to the Austrian Empire. The enraged Minister Hess angrily launched a personal attack on Prince Metternich. Attack point Guzu. It is precisely because I'm loyal to the Austrian Empire that I analyze it with a cool head, rather than blindly arrogant and inferior. Prince Metternich shot back decisively. Prince Metternich, who is not in his position, and does not pursue his own affairs, will not make compromises, in order to unite his colleagues as before. Okay. Don't you two say some inappropriate words on such a serious occasion. Franz Joseph tapped the table again to emphasize, and then turned his attention to Count Bauer. Bauer Count, what do you think of this? As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bauer has been silent since he entered the door, which made his impression in Franz Joseph's heart a little lower. Bauer, who was suddenly named by Franz Joseph, was stunned for a few seconds, and then, after reacting, he immediately said to Franz Joseph, point on this issue. He stood with Prince Metternich. The Russian Empire did threaten the interests of the Austrian Empire in the Duchy of the Danube. So they must leave, and the Duchy of the Danube must also be under the control of the Austrian Empire. It's just that Bauer doesn't agree with Britain and France right now. The Austrian Empire is only willing to stand with Britain and France when the French Empire must guarantee the interests of the Apennine Peninsula. Bauer also suggested that it is best for the Austrian Empire not to really participate in the war against the Russian Empire. Minister Hess remained opposed to Count Bauer's proposal, and Prince Metternich also criticized Count Bauer's rigid foreign policy. Now is not the time to sit on the wall, and the Austrian Empire must show its true skills to be able to occupy a place in this military alliance. Immediately, Franz Joseph pointed out a general from the army to ask him what he thought. The result was not what Franz thought. The attitude of Minister Hess represented the attitude of the entire military towards this matter. Immediately afterwards, Franz Joseph threw the question to Bach, his trusted interior minister. Bach's answer was roughly the same as Count Bauer's answer, except that Bach's answer was closer to Prince Metternich. Before the government and the military had two completely different approaches, Franz Joseph was in trouble again. On the one hand, he was afraid that, after fighting against Russia, he would fall into a series of disasters and lose his position on the international stage. On the other hand, he was also afraid of the French Empire. Because the Austrian Empire was unable to give an answer, it lost patience and launched an attack in Lombardy and Venice. What is even more frightening is that if the Kingdom of Prussia formed an alliance with the French Empire and launched an attack on the Austrian Empire when the French Empire attacked Lombardy and Venice, the Austrian Empire would probably fall off the world stage completely because of the enemy. Franz Joseph, who was in a dilemma, looked at Prince Metternich with a look of help. He knew that his teacher, who had been in Europe for decades, however, would definitely have a solution. Looking at the former student in front of him, Metternich couldn't help worrying about the future of the Habsburgs. Things have clearly developed to this point, and this student of his own wants to have both sides. To complain, Prince Metternich proposed a method. That is not the way to go, Your Majesty. We can use the French Empire to suppress the Kingdom of Prussia. And at the same time, the German Confederation and the Kingdom of Great Britain can also be used to demand the French Empire to safeguard the interests of the Austrian Empire. After listening to Prince Metternich's approach, everyone immediately thought of the Vienna Conference on which Prince Metternich was famous at the beginning. He used the contradictions between the European powers to seek enough benefits for the Austrian Empire. You reading www.kanshu.com. However, everyone present also knew that this kind of superb diplomacy was not something that junior diplomats like Count Bauer could play. I'm afraid that only a senior diplomat like Prince Metternich can really take it in and out. Prince Metternich, since this question was raised by you, please implement it. Franz Joseph covered Prince Metternich and said, no. Prince Metternich shook his head and rejected Franz Joseph's appointment, and then explained, if the senior ministers are appointed, those monarchs are bound to be wary of me. This is still the case of Minister Bauer and Hebrew Minister Esra Alanka to achieve the best. A look of surprise appeared on Minister Bauer's face. He was surprised by Prince Metternich's eloquent words, and at the same time, he was slightly ashamed of his previous idea of Metternich wanting to seize power. Minister Hesse had a constipated expression on his face. He didn't understand why Prince Metternich asked him to be the military attaché as a diplomatic ambassador. Isn't he afraid that he would screw up his plans? Okay, just do it. Franz Joseph made a final decision. Chapter 462, South German 25 Aberdeen. After Emperor Franz Joseph set the diplomatic red line of the Austrian Empire at Schönbrunn Palace, the entire Austrian Empire's foreign ministry and military began to operate. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Count of Bohr was the mainstay, and the diplomatic team supplemented by Metternich's advisors successively submitted an official document to the French Empire and the Russian Empire through their diplomatic ambassadors. In the document, submitted to the French Empire, the Austrian Empire protested that the French Empire had drawn the Kingdom of Sardinia into war, claiming that this action by France would cause the entire Apennine Peninsula to fall into chaos, thus affecting the peace of southern Europe. In fact, there is also an informal document, which was written by Prince Metternich, handed over to his servant, and passed to Richard Metternich by the servant. The content of this document can be said to directly overthrow the submission of the Austrian Empire. Official document to the French Empire. However, in the documents submitted to the Russian Empire, the Austrian Empire euphemistically begged the Russian Empire to withdraw from the two principalities of the Danube with a completely different attitude. Only when the Russian Empire withdraws from these two regions will the Austrian Empire have the opportunity to help the Russian Empire with British and French mediation. On the other hand, the military representatives headed by Minister Hesse went north to the Kingdom of Prussia to join the regent of the Kingdom of Prussia with William I, Frederick William IV, who has not woken up, and as the regent William I controlled the internal and external politics of Prussia. Of course, there is also a conspiracy theory that Frederick William IV was assassinated by Junker nobles in the Kingdom of Prussia because of his liberal ideas, and let the shotgun prince who favored Junker take the stage. Countermeasures. The various actions of the Austrian Empire during this period have really given it a strong presence on the international stage, and there seems to be a hint of a reappearance of the Vienna Conference. After all, no matter whether it is Britain, France, or Russia or Prussia, it is impossible to ignore a first-class power with a standing army of more than 400,000 people. Even if the Russian Empire hated the Austrian Empire's treachery, it still had to send a special envoy, the head of the third section, Count Orlov, to the Austrian Empire, to try to do the work of the Austrian Empire, so that they would no longer oppose Russia Empire. A high-profile claim that the alliance between the French Empire and the Kingdom of Sardinia was to rekindle the revolutionary flames of the Apennine Peninsula, and that Napoleon III/IV, Jerome Bonaparte, like his uncle, was a man to overthrow. The devil of the monarchy. The Russian Empire hopes that certain countries, the Kingdom of Great Britain, can see the true face of the French Empire as soon as possible and rejoin the big family of the Orthodox monarchy. The Russian Empire will still give certain countries corresponding treatment in accordance with the previous plan for dividing the Ottoman Empire. As for the French Empire, the British ambassador to France, Lord Cowley, took action immediately after the Austrian Empire handed over the protest documents to the French Empire. Lord Cowley first went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and expressed to Minister de Lewis that the Kingdom of Great Britain was protesting that the French Empire had drawn the Kingdom of Sardinia into the war against the Russian Empire. Lord Cowley claimed that France had blatantly drawn the Kingdom of Sardinia into the war against the Near East without notifying the Kingdom of Britain. First of all, there is a kind of distrust for the ally of the Kingdom of Britain. Since France and Britain have concluded a military alliance, they should maintain close communication between the two, and should not build a smaller one under the military alliance. Secondly, Lord Cowley also believes that the act of pulling the Kingdom of Sardinia into war is likely to bring the Apennine Peninsula, which was in a peaceful state, into war again. Therefore, Lord Cowley hopes that the French Empire and the Kingdom of Sardinia should be terminated as soon as possible. At the same time, the British ambassador in the Kingdom of Sardinia also issued a warning to Victor Emmanuel II and urged Victor Emmanuel II to restore peace to the Kingdom of Sardinia. However, neither the French Empire nor the Kingdom of Sardinia took the British ambassador's warning to heart. Minister de Lewis said. As long as the Kingdom of Britain can fill the vacancy of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Sardinia, then the French Empire will agree to the request of the King of Britain. After all, the French Empire now has only about 80,000 troops in the Varna region, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions, while the Russian Empire has a full 180,000 troops in the Danube region, an exaggeration. The French Empire must do its best to possibly sending more troops to Varna. Only this French Empire can be sure of war with the Russian Empire. Lord Cowley did not believe what de Roos said, so he decided to clarify the seriousness of the problem to Jerome Bonaparte, so that he would be aware of the importance of the French Empire. What are the consequences of the actions for the alliance? When Lord Cowley arrived at the Tuileries Palace, he had a face-to-face with the Württemberg diplomatic ambassador. The two people facing each other greeted each other with a smile, but then left. However, the presence of the Württemberg diplomatic ambassador at the Tuileries really caused a doubt in Lord Cowley's heart. Why is the ambassador of Württemberg here? Could it be that there should be some changes in the German region? With all kinds of doubts, Lord Cowley came to Jerome Bonaparte under the leadership of Mokagushi. Jerome Bonaparte first asked Lord Cowley what it meant to be in such a hurry to meet him. Lord Cowley immediately replied to Jerome Bonaparte. The reason why he was anxious to meet him was because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the leadership of Minister de Roos was unwilling to give positive feedback to the Sardinian kingdom. Reply: so, it's because of this. Jerome Bonaparte chuckled lightly. It was my own decision to let Sardinia join the war against the Russian Empire. Minister de Lewis only. It's just following my orders. Your Majesty, please be blunt. If you do this, you will cause the whole of Europe to fall into greater turmoil. The Austrian Empire is likely to stand against us because of Sardinia's problems. At that time, the entire German region may become our enemy, said Lord Cowley excitedly to Jerome Bonaparte. If the entire German region is united with the Russian Empire to fight against the French Empire, would the Kingdom of Britain still stand with France? Jerome Bonaparte asked Lord Cowley with a smile. Madman, this is a lunatic. Lord Cowley's face changed dramatically in an instant. He felt that he was no longer facing a rational monarch, and there was a lunatic who wanted to start a war across Europe at any time. The last guy who had the same idea as him was 13 years ago. P.S. During his tenure as Prime Minister, Thiers attempted to challenge the entire German Confederation plus the Kingdom of Britain with the Kingdom of Orleans. If things really get out of hand, the Kingdom of Britain will still stand with the French Empire. Lord Cowley responded solemnly. Continental equilibrium has been the diplomatic idea of the Kingdom of Great Britain since the time when the Kingdom of Great Britain lost its European turf. If the German region stands together with the Russian Empire and forms an alliance, then Britain will inevitably entice France to act together. I'm delighted to hear Ambassador Cowley, a sincere answer. I also sincerely hope that the friendship between the Kingdom of Great Britain and the French Empire will not fade with the passage of time. Jerome Bonaparte assured Lord Cowley, please rest assured, I will never bring the French Empire to that kind of situation. The era when the strength of one French country singled out the entire Europe is long gone, and now the most important thing is to maintain the balance of the entire European continent. The power of European countries. Only by achieving balance can the entire Europe be in a peaceful and stable situation. The behavior of the Russian Empire is a typical example of destroying the balance of European power and destroying the entire European country. Your Majesty, I'm glad you can recognize the importance of balance. Lord Cowley showed a relieved smile, and then pointed out to Jerome Bonaparte that the Kingdom of Sardinia was about to destroy the balance between Britain, France, and Germany. Unfavorable factors. The entry of the Kingdom of Sardinia will not be the fuse for Germany to fall to the Russian Empire, but will prompt the Austrian Empire to join us as soon as possible. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Lord Cowley. Lord Cowley asked Jerome Bonaparte with a puzzled face why he said this. Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte simply pointed out the words. He called the Württemberg diplomatic ambassador to him. to split the consensus within the German Confederation. I have assured the South German state that the French Empire will maintain good neighborly and friendly cooperative relations with South Germany as always, as long as they do not attack France. The French Empire will guarantee their territorial security. Jerome Bonaparte was confident. He said to Lord Cowley, "At present, the Kingdom of Bavaria and the Kingdom of Württemberg have agreed not to declare war with the French Empire because of the Apennine issue. We hope that the Kingdom of Britain will also put pressure on the Kingdom of Hanover, so that the German region cannot be united. Else the German Confederation will never take the initiative to attack. In this case, the Austrian Empire, which cannot unite Germany, can only fall to our side." After hearing Jerome Bonaparte's answer, Lord Cowley couldn't help but admire Jerome Bonaparte's comprehensive diplomacy, but he did not feel any kind of half-hearted behavior towards the German vassal. How surprised! Since ancient times, the German princes headed by Bavaria have been committed to opposing the **** of the great powers in Germany. From the time of the Holy Roman Empire, the introduction of France into the German region has been a routine operation. Chapter 463, Churchill Behavior Reenactment. Lord Cowley, who received a reply from Jerome Bonaparte, left the Tuileries Palace under the sudden cold wind. His body was cold, but his heart was warm. Jerome Bonaparte, who stood in front of the carved window and watched Lord Cowley gradually disappear from sight, turned away from the window, sat back in his chair, and processed the documents handed to him by the Secretariat. With the passage of time, the temperature in Paris has gradually decreased, and the citizens living in Paris also consciously took off their autumn clothes and put on slightly thicker clothes winter. However, all Parisians, including Jerome Bonaparte, are unaware that this winter is coming sooner than they thought. By mid-January, a cold snap from Siberia swept across Western Europe, dealing a heavy blow to the citizens of Paris who are not ready for the arrival of general winter. The citizens of Paris who have not yet recovered can only step up their reserves of firewood and race against time. Before batches of wood have not completely left the suburbs of Paris, they have already been used by the middle-class Parisians with capital and connections. Here are first to the lawyers and small and medium-sized bureaucrats in the city of Paris snapped up, so that the entire Paris timber market was in short supply, and the price of each piece of wood gradually rose with the shortage of supply, thus creating a phenomenon of wood is more expensive than gold. Such a vicious price increase incident naturally attracted the attention of Jerome Bonaparte. In order to ease the relationship between supply and demand, and also to eliminate the dissatisfaction of the Parisians as much as possible, Jerome Bonaparte deliberately called the Minister of Public Works to his side. The Ministry of Public Works was ordered to bring in a shipment of lumber from the nearby provinces to satisfy Paris, which was engulfed in a lumber panic. At the same time, Jerome Bonaparte also called in George Horseman, a senior official in the Seine province, and issued an order to the high official who abused the power of the people. He asked the senior official George Horseman to protect as much as possible during this period of time the survival of vulnerable groups in Paris. Paris must not have a large-scale death phenomenon. Baron George Ottoman, who was set KPI by the emperor, had no choice but to use the city government's budget, which was not very rich, to balance the soaring price of the timber market. With the double intervention of the Ministry of Public Works and the municipal government of the Seine department, the timber panic that originally appeared in Paris has improved a little. However, God seems to want to oppose Paris, not giving it any chance to breathe. A snowstorm that was more than half a month earlier than in previous years fell on Paris, which is known as the heart of France. In just one night, the entire Paris became a city covered in silver. It can be said that General Winter brought back the price that Jerome Bonaparte worked so hard to stabilize with his harsh means. Not only did the price of lumber continue to soar even more than before, but the price of food in Paris rose as the panic spread. These are not the worst cases. The worst is Paris in such extreme conditions. People are freezing to death every day. Fear will spread throughout Paris like a plague, and the first thing that Parisians in panic will think of is the government department. Those careerists and potential Republicans lurking in Paris will guide the Parisians just like the Napoleons attacked the Orleans government. Attack governments with unlimited liability regimes. The contradictions originally lurking in the water will resurface, and the people of Paris, who endure the cold, will definitely swarm up and overthrow the current government. Whoever harms the lives of the people of Paris will be overthrown by the people of Paris. The original Orleans dynasty was because the food could not reach Paris in time, which made the people of Paris feel resentment. The resentment from the food aroused the resentment of the citizens for the political situation of the Orleans dynasty, which detonated Paris. Moreover, these conclusions Jérôme Bonaparte looked at the agricultural price list of the Ministry of Agriculture for the Paris region of 1847 to 1848, summarizing the discoveries of the cause of the revolution. Jérôme Bonaparte, who sensed in advance that public opinion was slipping in a direction unfavorable to his rule, once again summoned all the cabinet ministers except Hay. Minister Decoud was inspecting the Toulon region. Minister Lou to the Tuileries-Legan had a brief meeting. Jérôme Bonaparte, who stayed in the room with the burning wood wall, first made a brief summary of the sudden blizzard and made a systematic summary of the current situation in Paris. Then he turned to ask the cabinet members present what he could do. The Minister of Public Works immediately spoke up. He first criticized himself for not being able to deliver the firewood on time, and then he gave the basic situation of the main traffic arteries and railway lines from Paris to the nearby provinces, and then to Gerald M. Bonaparte said that, affected by the blizzard, there are still a lot of unindustrial jobs in the national construction factories in Paris. The government can order them to clear the main traffic lanes, so as to stabilize Paris later. As the Interior Minister, Pessigny also said that in the Interior Ministry, there is also a part of the labor force that can be used, and they can be sent to clear the road. With the example of the Minister of Public Affairs and the Minister of the Interior, the remaining departments also understood what Jérôme Bonaparte meant. And they all told Jérôme Bonaparte that their subordinate departments also had labor and could help to clear the way. As a result, a vigorous Battle of Paris was launched. Members from the Ministry of Public Works, the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, the Ministry of Railways, and the Ministry of Justice, under the coordination of the leaders of various departments, cleaned up the snow on the main roads and suburbs in an orderly manner. Eugen Schneider, chairman of the planning committee, also under the suggestion of Jérôme Bonaparte, converted some of the factories that were originally used for military logistics production into shovels for civilian use to ensure the speed of cleaning. Goupion. Perhaps because of the encouragement of these people, many people also began to join the team to clear the snow. Even Jérôme Bonaparte walked out of the Tuileries Palace in the cold to clear the snow with the citizens of Paris. When the citizens of Paris saw Jérôme Bonaparte and they wanted to clear the snow, part of the grievances lurking in their hearts disappeared. People recalled the efforts made by the government to balance the price of wood, and the resentment disappeared once again. Thanks to a concerted effort inside and outside Paris, it took only 2 days for the first shipment of wood to arrive in Paris. The panic caused by the blizzard is gradually fading. The arrival of the first batch of timber has made the market again full of confidence in the French government, and the prices of timber and grain have also decreased. After this battle, Jérôme Bonaparte once again won the favor of the citizens of Paris, and some people who hold a neutral faction also began to lean towards the current system. For the next few days, although Paris continued to experience intermittent snowfall, no snow had the potential to subvert the government as suddenly as the first blizzard. In the early morning of January 24th, when the long-lost sunlight shrouded the land again, the defense battle that took nearly a week ended completely. We deeply miss the citizens who died in this 117 blizzard, and we also express our gratitude to all the citizens who participated in this blizzard defense war. This is George Osman, a senior official of the Seine province, in the city on January 24th. A concluding speech delivered at the government gates. Although the cold is not far away, the temperature in Paris is still below zero, but the citizens of Paris still stick to the city hall and listen to the speech of Mayor George Haussmann. After the speech, there was warm applause around the city government with George Osman as the center. The severe cold brought Paris not only the shortage of living materials, but also the military supplies destined for the Ottoman Empire. Until the snow was completely cleared along the railway line, Jérôme Bonaparte could only pass on a portion of the orders originally allocated to Nor Industry in Paris to Eugene Schneider of Leclerc's. Eugene Schneider, which accepted the order transfer, also began to overload. It was under such difficult circumstances that the troops of Britain, their allies, also began to act as demons. When Walewski passed the telegram from Constantinople to Jérôme Bonaparte about the position of the British Kingdom's army, the angry Jérôme Bonaparte called Lord Cowley directly in front of him and pointed to the map of the Near East. Confronts Lord Cowley. Lord Cowley, would you please tell me where the British army is now, Your Majesty? The first objective of the Kingdom of Britain is not to fight Russia and to protect the Ottoman Empire from the Russian Empire. Lord Cowley replied slowly to Jérôme Bonaparte, we think Gallipoli is the best defensive location. It turns out that www.riyadh1.com has been nearly 3 months since the Kingdom of Britain issued a threat of war to the Russian Empire. During these 3 months, it took Britain 2 months to recruit soldiers, elect commanders, and elect officers, and the rest of the month was devoted to discussing how the soldiers would work together. Transported to the Ottoman Empire, there was simply no time to survey the terrain, and Gallipoli is what they think is the best defensive spot. Lord Cowley, please tell me, the British army should get the strategic resources it needs from this place, where birds don't shit. Jérôme Bonaparte asked Lord Cowley. What? Lord Cowley asked back to Jérôme Bonaparte with a bewildered expression, as if he knew about it for the first time. I mean the British Kingdom. How can we find supplies in this area, where there is only one dirt road running through the island? There is not a single family around here that can provide us with daily necessities. Our fleet can't be here either. Build effective supplies. Jérôme Bonaparte said to Lord Cowley. Word for word. Chapter 464. Gallipoli accident. Lord Cowley was innocent. Knowing nothing about military common sense, he was called over by the French Emperor with a confused look, and then he accepted the French Emperor's reprimand with a confused look. What is even more frustrating is that even Jérôme Bonaparte has explained to him in great detail why Garibaldi cannot be a landing site, but he himself is like a military insulator and does not understand heat at all. Some proprietary military terms in the mouth of Bonaparte. The only thing Lord Cowley knew, however, was that the Emperor of France objected to Britain's use of Gallipoli as an outpost. Lord Cowley, do you understand? Jérôme Bonaparte, whose lips were slightly dry, pursed his lips and asked, Your Majesty, do you mean to say that Gallipoli is not a suitable place for the army to be stationed? We need to find another suitable place for the army to be stationed. Lord Cowley responded to Jérôme Bonaparte. One sentence. You can understand that too. Jérôme Bonaparte nodded to Lord Cowley. Your Majesty, this question is no longer within my competence. Lord Cowley spread his hands and replied in a loud voice. For the specific deployment of the army, you need to ask the cabinet, and then after consultation with Prime Minister Palmerston, I will ask Commander Aglan gives the order. When Jérôme Bonaparte heard about Lord Cowley's complete military transfer process, he couldn't help complaining inwardly. The bureaucratic system of the Kingdom of Britain is really in the middle of nothing, and it never knows how to streamline administration. Only after this group of Britons suffered in Gallipoli, this barren strip of land, would they understand the goodness of the Varna region. However, nothing is absolute. The reason why Gallipoli has faced logistical difficulties in history is not only because of the terrain factors of Gallipoli itself, but also the problem of military strength. In the OTL world line, Britain and France declared war on the Russian Empire only in March of this year. In April of the same year, Britain and France had nearly 34,000 people, 20,000 in Britain and 14,000 in France. However, France's 14,000 people are all elite soldiers in the Algeria region. The combat power completely overwhelmed the 20,000 British native army. The coalition troops landed in Gallipoli with their eyes blurred and unprepared. At that time, not to mention the ships responsible for supplying supplies, the British and French allied forces and even the troop transport ships were only assembled by patchwork. What's more, the entire army is not only 34,000 combat personnel, but also occupied a large number of transport ships, such as horses, artillery, and accompanying personnel who move with the army, named here to criticize the British military wife system. If it is said that in the vicinity of the most populated towns, the military personnel can exchange materials with the residents of the nearby towns, thereby becoming a help for the entire army. However, on the inaccessible Gallipoli Peninsula, it is obvious to want to carry out this exchange. It's an impossible thing. The military system that was supposed to be a boost became a nightmare for the British and French troops, and now, in the absence of the French army, Britain's logistics at Gallipoli may be a lot better. At least it shouldn't leave as dingy as OTL as the world line. P.S. In fact, Jerome Bonaparte still overestimated the level of the Kingdom of Great Britain. On day plus 1 day after the Walewski telegram was sent, the Gallipoli Peninsula also ushered in a new round of snowfall. The British army stationed on the Gallipoli Peninsula is suffering from frost because of the insufficiency of logistical supplies. But Jerome Bonaparte believed that, as long as Palmerston was a staunch anti-Russian statesman, he would not let his army retreat on the peninsula, and the British army would join forces with the French in Varna to fight. But it may take a little while in time. Lord Cowley, I can wait. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Lord Cowley. However, I hope the Kingdom of Britain will not make me wait too long. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will definitely inform London of your thoughts as soon as possible. Please believe that the Kingdom of Great Britain really wants to stand together with the French Empire to maintain peace in Europe, Lord Cowley said once again. In this way Lord Cowley left the Tuileries Palace and delivered a message to Britain that afternoon. One more thing to mention here, because Britain and France have been in a state of hostility before they formally established a military alliance, so France and Britain have never erected a telegraph line. This also means that, if the British ambassador wants to transmit the message to London, he can only rely on messengers or carrier pigeons to transmit the message to London. Fortunately, the Paris-Calais area has been connected by rail, and the courier only needs to take the train to Calais, and then take the freighter to London in Calais. However, due to the impact of blizzard weather in Paris, the railway lines around Paris are in a semi-paralyzed state. If you want to go to Calais, you can only go to the neighboring provinces to take the train. Gucciuzzo, the British courier, who was used to sending letters by train, had to relive the years of horseback riding. The brown-yellow stage horses walked all the way to the north on the thick snow that did not reach the roots of persons' thighs, and finally arrived at around 8 o'clock that night, a town on the border between the Seine and neighboring provinces. The messenger who entered the town for a night of repairs continued on horseback in the next morning, and finally arrived at Rouen, Normandy at noon, where he took a train to the port of Calais, and again transferred to a cargo ship at 9 AM on the third day. Arrived in London Point, the messenger who disembarked from the port in London delivered the letter to the Permanent Secretary of the British Foreign Office. After the Permanent Secretary learned that it was a letter from France, he immediately pushed open the door of Clarendon, the Foreign Secretary. At this moment, the Earl of Clarendon was looking at the crumpled note between his thumb and forefinger with a frown. Judging from Earl Clarendon's expression, the content recorded on that little note is definitely not a good thing. The arrival of the Permanent Secretary made the sad-faced Earl of Clarendon look up again, and he pondered, "Is something wrong, Your Excellency? This is a letter from the French Embassy." The Permanent Secretary strode up in front of Earl Clarendon, handed Lord Cowley's letter to Lord Clarendon, and responded clearly. "A letter from Ambassador Cowley?" whispered Lord Clarendon. Immediately, he put down the note in his hand, and opened the envelope to check the contents. After Lord Clarendon read all the contents of the letter, Lord Clarendon showed a wry smile, and said to himself, "It should be just a coincidence." Then, Lord Clarendon took the letter and the note from Lord Cowley, and the place he was going to was 10 Downing Street. Lord Clarendon, who entered number 10 Downing Street, was led by the Permanent Secretary to the door of the Prime Minister's office in Palmerston. "Your Excellency, you can't go in now." The Prime Minister's secretary standing at the door stopped Lord Clarendon, and then explained, "Your Excellency, the Prime Minister is talking to Baron Raglan." "That's right." Lord Clarendon smiled, and said to the Prime Minister's secretary, "Please come in, and tell the Prime Minister that I have received a message from the Near East, and need to speak to His Excellency the Prime Minister and Commander Raglan." This The Prime Minister's secretary hesitantly glanced at the Chief Secretary standing next to Lord Clarendon, and entered after obtaining the support of the Chief Secretary. Point in this Prime Minister's office, the current Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, His Excellency Palmerston, was talking with Baron Raglan, the commander of the British Expeditionary Force, sitting opposite him, with a smile on his face. Commander Raglan, now that the British Expeditionary Force has reached Gallipoli, it's time for you to set off. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I need to postpone for 2 more days. Raglan responded to Palmerston. Why? Palmerston asked in confusion. Because the second batch of troops has not yet been on board. An army of 20,000 people is just a drop in the bucket for the entire Near East war situation. Lord Raglan responded to Palmerston. Please don't worry about this. We still have the French Empire as an ally. Prime Minister Palmerston responded. Prime Minister, I don't think the French Empire is our ally. Jerome Bonaparte and his subordinates are a group of unfamiliar wolf cubs. Riyadh1.com. As long as we let our guard down a little, they will pounce on us without hesitation. The hatred between Britain and France has been going on for hundreds of years, and I can't trust my back to them. More willing to trust my soldiers than foes. Raglan the Lord spoke bluntly to Prime Minister Palmerston. Palmerston knew that for a general who had experienced the Napoleonic Wars, it would be difficult for them to lower the back of the former enemy with confidence, not to mention that Baron Raglan's right hand was lost during the Battle of Waterloo. Raglan, Baron Wren and the Second Empire can be said to have a broken arm. Thinking of this, Palmerston glanced at Baron Raglan's hollowed out cuffs subconsciously, and couldn't help feeling a little pity in his heart. Right now, he could only patiently persuade Lord Raglan to put the overall situation first. Baron Raglan, who heard Palmerston's persuasive dissuasion, also couldn't bear to continue stubbornly. He assured Palmerston that, as long as the second batch of troops was on board, he would immediately rush to the Near East to command the battle. Just when the two were deadlocked, the arrival of the chief broke the deadlock. Your Excellency Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is waiting secretary outside the office. He said that he wants to talk to you again. The chief paused. Secretary glanced at Baron Raglan and continued, and Baron Raglan to communicate. Chapter 465. 0 billion subsidy for Britain. When Palmerston and Raglan heard that the Foreign Secretary wanted to meet them at the same time, they immediately realized that something unknown might be happening in the Near East. A look of panic appeared on both Palmerston's and Raglan's faces. Could it be that the Russian Empire has already broken through Silistra and marched towards Constantinople? A ridiculous idea poured into Palmerston's mind and was instantly rejected by Palmerston. For once Silistra was breached, the first to face the Russian Empire army was not the Kingdom of Britain, but the French Empire. The French army of 40,000, Palmerston's intelligence, in the Varna area will never be defeated so soon. Quick, let him in. Palmerston hurriedly said to the Chief Secretary. Now is not the time to speculate. The Chief Secretary immediately turned around and opened the door, after receiving Prime Minister Palmerston's approval, inviting the Foreign Secretary to enter. After the Foreign Minister entered, the Chief Secretary left and closed the door intimately. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, Your Excellency the Baron. Lord Clarendon greeted Palmerston and Baron Raglan in turn. Minister Villiers, you want to meet Baron Raglan and me in such a hurry? Did something happen to the eastern region? Palmerston asked directly. Lord Clarendon nodded, walked slowly to the desk, and handed the telegram to Palmerston, with a deep tone. Our army is suffering serious combat attrition on the Gallipoli Peninsula. Palmerston, who took the folded telegram, unfolded the telegram. Content of the telegram made Palmerston, who had a smile on his face, change his face immediately. Baron Raglan, who was sitting opposite Palmerston, saw Palmerston's gloomy face, and his relaxed heart also suddenly fell to the bottom. Although Baron Raglan didn't know the content of the telegram, he already knew the answer from what Earl Clarendon had just said in Palmerston's expression. After reading the telegram, I was afraid that Maston took a deep breath and handed the telegram to Baron Raglan in a deep voice. You should also take a look. Baron Raglan took the telegram handed over by Palmerston and read it carefully. His face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver, and finally he could not help but slap the telegram on the table and cursed. Dunder, what on earth did that guy do? He can't even do such a trivial thing as logistical support. And Eri, the chief quartermaster of the British Expeditionary Force, Major General, what does he eat? Do what he can or can't do it. Get me out of the army, and get out of the army. Commander Raglan, I think our priority right now is not to correct mistakes, but to reduce a non-combat attrition as much as possible. I don't want our troops to be out of combat before the war with the Russian Empire comes. Lose more than half of the staff due to attrition. Palmerston raised his hand to stop Baron Raglan's abuse, calmly analyzing the current situation. According to the content of the cable, the night before, that is, when Ambassador Cowley sent the letter from Paris, the Gallipoli Peninsula was a rare snowstorm that was rarely seen in several years. At first, the Duke of Cambridge, who served as the temporary commander of Britain, just thought it was a short-lived blizzard. So he didn't care too much, and still stayed in Gallipoli step by step. However, as time went by, the snowstorm got bigger and bigger, and after only 8 hours, it had already submerged both feet. It was only at this time that the Duke of Cambridge realized that the situation was developing in a direction that was not conducive to the army. The biting cold wind blew relentlessly on every thin tent. The biting cold wind blew relentlessly on every thin tent. Thin tent alone could not stop the biting cold wind. The soldiers in the tent were wrapped in the same thin quilt and shivered together. Every moment, some soldiers were frostbitten and even facing death. To make matters worse, the British Kingdom was not prepared for winter supplies at all. After a heavy snowfall, even the basic living materials could not be transported. At this time, the morale of the British Army was already low before the war began. When the weather cleared up a little, when the Duke of Cambridge recounted the number of troops, he found that nearly 50 British troops had frozen to death in just one night, and 200 patients with frostbite needed treatment. The Duke of Cambridge had no choice but to divide into two groups. One group went to Constantinople to tell the news to the garrison stationed in London, hoping that Ambassador Canning would report it to London, and the other group went to the British Fleet Command in Malta to seek information. Support from the commander of the Maltese fleet. After receiving the help of the Duke of Cambridge, Canning immediately went to Topkapi Palace to seek the support of Abdul-Mejid I. However, although Abdul-Mejid I was the host of the Near East, he was equally powerless about the current situation in Britain. Because the Ottoman Empire could not send supplies to the Gallipoli Peninsula when the snow was about to close the mountains, Abdul-Mejid I politely made a suggestion to Canning, suggesting that he seek help from the French army. Cereal, after all, the current Rhode Island is a French transshipment warehouse, and the materials stored in it can fully satisfy the French army itself, and at the same time support the embarrassed British army. The British army only needs to discard all equipment and walk out of the Gallipoli Peninsula alone. Canning left silently after hearing Abdul-Majid I's suggestion. Then, such a telegram appeared in the Foreign Office of Lord Clarendon. What can I do? What can I do? Baron Raglan said with a gloomy face and dissatisfied. It's nothing more than Britain continuing to defend the Gallipoli Peninsula, or asking France for help. I really don't know why the War Department would do this. With such a stupid landing plan, don't they take a look at the topography of Gallipoli and then, okay. Before Baron Raglan could finish speaking, Prime Minister Palmerston snapped, this is not the time to hold anyone accountable. It took less than 2 weeks for 20,000 troops to lose 250 casualties. Man, this is indeed the fault of our cabinet. So we have to make a decision as soon as possible. Your Excellency Prime Minister. Actually, Lord Clarendon hesitated for a while and then said again, I have a letter from Ambassador Cowley here. Ambassador Cowley? Palmerston was stunned for a few seconds and then asked impatiently, could there be a change in France? No. Lord Clarendon shook his head and handed Ambassador Cowley's letter to Palmerston. Palmerston looked at Ambassador Cowley's letter again, and when he thought about the situation the British army was facing now, he couldn't help complaining about France. Damn French. They must have known about Gallipoli's situation long ago. What's wrong? Baron Raglan looked at Palmerston suspiciously. Look. Palmerston handed the letter from Ambassador Cowley to Baron Raglan. After reading the letter, Baron Raglan also couldn't help swearing at the behavior of the French Empire. I will say that the **** French definitely don't really want to form an alliance with us. If they had told us earlier, we would have also will not face this situation now. Lord Clarendon acted as if nothing had been heard and said calmly, "Your Excellency Prime Minister, Commander Raglan, the army is suffering from this storm. The torment of the cabinet. The cabinet must come up with the regulations as soon as possible. If Britain abandons its armaments and seeks help from France, there may be a solution." No. Palmerston suddenly realized that there were reporters from the Times in this expeditionary force. If they were told that the dignified British Empire had sought help from France, the Britons, who were too proud of themselves, would have torn the cabinet to shreds. But if it is ignored, the British army stationed in Gallipoli is likely to face the danger of disintegration, and the British people will set off a greater wave of collapse. Palmerston couldn't bet that the weather on Gallipoli's peninsula would turn in Britain's favor over the next few days. Therefore, once you take the position of Prime Minister of the Cabinet, what you have to face is not only the ability to do practical things, but also the awareness of taking the overall situation into consideration. What is the big picture? The overall situation is not only to take care of the emotions of the British people, but also to rescue the British soldier smoothly. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I don't think you need to care about the impact of letting the army drop its current weapons and equipment. Lord Clarendon suggested to Palmerston. Now the whole of Britain has been submerged by the anti-Russian wavuery at one point. We just need to put some pressure on the Times. Of course they won't report bad news for Britain. In the meantime, the government should. Clarendon's method is very simple. More than 90 years in advance, it is to render the Gallipoli evacuation as the British Army, to overcome difficulties and complete the strategic transfer of victory. As for France, the wealthy Britain only needs to seal the mouth of the French Empire with money. Just do it. Prime Minister Palmerston made up his mind and said to Lord Clarendon and Baron Raglan, "Isn't France standing in search of gold all over the world? Jerome Bonaparte is stabilizing the market while limiting the outflow of gold and silver. Actively search short gold to maintain the stable issuance of paper francs. The Kingdom of Great Britain can help them by discounting their British bonds. The excavation of Australia's gold mines has also made Britain rich, and Britain, which holds nearly 1/3 of the world's gold reserves, is not at all afraid of France's crazy run. Then, who is going to make this happen?" Palmerston asked Baron Raglan and Lord Clarendon with a smile. "I'll go. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 466, Baron Raglan's Visit to France. "I'll go." The guy who said this was none other than Baron Raglan, commander of the British Expeditionary Force. At this time, Baron Raglan had no time to pay attention to the situation of the second batch of training troops. If the first batch of troops were all damaged in the Near East due to non-combat attrition, then Baron Glenn, the commander of the Expeditionary Force, would have come to an end. At that time, he will not only have to face rebukes from the cabinet, royal family, and newspapers, but may also face rebukes from some nobles. In the first batch of 20,000 troops to the Near East, most of the officers were children of nobles. The reason why nobles entrusted their children to Baron Raglan was that they hoped that Baron Raglan would lead them to victory. These noble children are not afraid of face-to-face life and death on the battlefield, but they are afraid of meaningless death. Waiting for death brought them far more fear than battle, and some point that's why many armies would rather risk their complete annihilation in battle than die from disease and severe cold weather. No one loves Baron Raglan more clearly. How the original Emperor Napoleon failed and fled the Russian Empire in a twilight. A full 610,000 troops, including 300,000 in the French Empire, entered the Russian Empire, and in the end, less than 65,000 people escaped from Russia. All the essence of the First Empire was buried in the ice and snow of Russia. Even if Napoleon later a new regiment was re-established, and its combat effectiveness was far less than the regiment that died in the Russian winter, and became the fertilizer of the vast Russian land. The British army is now facing the same danger as the French army at the time. If it is not careful, the 20,000 key members will be severely injured. in the future, even if some soldiers are recruited from other troops. In terms of combat, it is far inferior to the current army, so he, the commander, must arrive in the Near East to boost morale. Prime Minister Palmerston was of course aware of this, and he immediately ordered Baron Raglan to set off, as soon as possible, so as to reach the Near East within a week. Baron Raglan, who took the order, immediately stood up from his seat and said goodbye to Prime Minister Palmerston. Baron Raglan needed to go back first to prepare the necessities for the Near East. After watching Baron Raglan leave, Palmerston also issued an order to Lord Clarendon, ordering the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue an order to Ambassador Canning in the Ottoman Empire, to ensure the safety of life and property of British soldiers in Gallipoli Peninsula. When necessary, you can seek help from the French Empire. Up to now, Palmerston can only pin his hopes on the supplies of the French Empire in Rhodes Island to meet the needs of the British Kingdom. In the afternoon of the same day, Baron Raglan and his accompanying 4 adjutants set off from the British Peninsula by steam express from the London docks, and arrived at the port of Normandy in the early morning of the next day. P.S. At the same time, the commanders of the army, except France, had 3 or 4 adjutants around them to help the commander sort out plans, analyze the situation, and formulate plans. They were responsible for the work of the staff. Moreover, the ranks of these adjutants are mostly captains and majors, and it is rare for middle-level officers to serve as adjutants. Not so much an adjutant, but rather the commander's personal staff. Even Prussia, which already has a general staff, is no exception. Baron Raglan, who disembarked from the port of Normandy, wore a black padded jacket, and walked through the streets of the port of Normandy, looking at the emerging industrial city in front of him. Baron Raglan couldn't help feeling the change of time. A few decades ago in Normandy, the commercial atmosphere was not as developed as it is now. At that time, the place 2 kilometers away from the port was a barren land. Today, under the influence of maritime trade and the Industrial Revolution, Normandy has become a booming city of textiles. Although it is far less prosperous than Paris, Normandy, which relies on maritime transportation, has potential not to be underestimated. With emotion, the arrogance of the Anza people and the hatred of the Napoleonic Wars made Baron Raglan still full of prejudice against this French city. When Baron Raglan was standing on the pier, he was talking about Normandy's inadequacies. The French who lived in Normandy and loved the city couldn't help but refute Baron Raglan. If it weren't for the fact that Baron Raglan and the others were British, the surrounding French would have already retaliated against this rude old man. Of course, this group of sincere French patriots did not know that the cynical old man in front of him was actually the adjutant of the Duke of Wellington decades ago. Besides, Baron Raglan, who is still in his 70s, is not afraid of the provocation of 2 or 3 French little devils at all. The lieutenants, unwilling to escalate the situation, had no choice but to drag the cynical old man on the same train to Paris. After the train arrived in Rouen, it was told that due to a recent snowstorm in Paris, if you want to go to Paris, you must take a carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Baron Raglan complained about France again. The hard-working adjutant had no choice but to contract a carriage to Paris for Baron Raglan, and a group of 5 rode the carriage to Paris at night. The wind lanterns placed at the 4 corners of the carriage were swaying in the cold wind, and the snow on the road was gradually compacted by the repeated rolling of pedestrians and ruts, leaving only rows of footprints and wheel marks. There was a rustling sound on it. Valley rolling after a day and a night of driving. The group of Baron Wren finally arrived in Paris. Baron Raglan, who had just arrived in Paris, had not had time to enjoy the warmth of Paris, and immediately went to work. It appears to have gone to the British Embassy in France, where he met with Ambassador Cowley. Ambassador Cowley, who was enjoying the Opera House, was informed by the embassy secretary who had come looking for him that the Baron Raglan had arrived in Paris, said goodbye to the other ambassadors in the box, and rushed to the embassy. Ambassador Cowley, who was with Baron Raglan at the embassy, said respectfully to Baron Raglan, "Commander Raglan, welcome to Paris." Ambassador Cowley, "I must hurry to the Near East now, to take over my blizzard-hit troops from the Duke of Cambridge. So, I want to complete a meeting with the Emperor of France, as soon as possible, and then go to the Near East. Can it be done?" Baron Raglan asked resolutely. After hesitating for a moment, Ambassador Cowley said firmly, "Please wait a moment. I will arrange a meeting between you and the Emperor of France as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Baron Raglan said to Ambassador Cowley. For the next 2 days, Baron Raglan stayed in the embassy for strategic analysis, and the map he used was the travel map he brought from the British Kingdom Library. That's right. Baron Raglan did not use professional maps, such as Lord D. Roth's Diary of the Crimea Travel and Major General Alexander Mackintosh's Diary of the Crimea Point. After researching these 2 travel diaries, Baron Raglan even wondered if God was favoring the Russian Empire and summoned a blizzard to trap the Kingdom of Britain on the Gallipoli Peninsula point, because according to these 2 travel notes, winters in the Near East are very warm. And there are no blizzards at all. It turned out that the authors of these 2 articles did not stay in the Near East for long at all. Finally, on the following evening, Ambassador Cowley informed Baron Raglan that the French Emperor Jerome Bonaparte would meet with Baron Raglan on February 1st at the Tuileries, together with the French cabinet. February 1st. Baron Raglan glanced subconsciously at the calendar hanging on the wall of the embassy. It was now January 30th, which means that the meeting time was the day after tomorrow. He nodded to Ambassador Cowley, said, yes, time passed quickly, and soon came to February 1st. Baron Raglan, who took off his regular clothes and put on a big red-breasted military uniform, and his adjutant rode out of the embassy and traveled all the way and arrived at the Tuileries Palace in less than 10 minutes. Baron Raglan and his adjutant, who dismounted in front of the courtyard of the Tuileries Palace, shook hands with Edgani, the Emperor's adjutant, who was in charge of welcoming him. Your Majesty is inside. Edgani invited Baron Raglan and others to enter the Tuileries Palace. After Baron Raglan and others stepped on the first steps of the Tuileries Palace, the Guardian Army in light blue military uniforms stood on both sides of the entrance of the Tuileries Palace, and at the same time, pulled out the commander at the waist. The officer's saber pointed to the sky. Immediately, the impassioned French military music sounded in the Tuileries Palace. The expressions of Baron Raglan and his adjutant, who were listening to the military music, changed slightly. Riyadh1.com He didn't know whether this was a welcome ceremony or a dismount. Baron Raglan and his adjutant entered the hall of the Tuileries Palace under the leadership of General Edgani. Here, Baron Raglan saw the Emperor Napoleon in a love dress and a Napoleon cap. In a trance, Baron Raglan felt as if he had returned to the era of golden iron horses decades ago. At that time, as the adjutant of the Duke of Wellington, he accurately conveyed the information of Commander Wellington to the front line, and it was at that time. Then he saw the great man. Of course, the great man also successfully took his right arm. Do not. He is not Napoleon. He's just a mean clown. Baron Raglan shook his head desperately, reminding himself constantly, Mr. Raglan, what's the matter with you? The voice of great man reached Baron Raglan. When Baron Raglan raised his head again to see Jerome Bonaparte, the shadow of Emperor Napoleon shrouded in Jerome Bonaparte disappeared. Chapter 467, An Easy Union. Jerome Bonaparte and Fitzroy James Henry Somerset, the full name of Baron Raglan. The old and the young stared at each other for a long time, and neither of them spoke first. In a word, time and space seemed to freeze in the hall of the Tuileries Palace. From the body of Baron Raglan, Jerome Bonaparte seemed to see the epitome of the previous era, an era of strife, an era of golden horses, and on Jerome Bonaparte, Baron Raglan felt a vigor and aura that could not be concealed as a careerist. If Count Raglan were to name a guy who was most likely to become a powerful enemy of the Kingdom of Great Britain in the future, then it would definitely be the guy in front of him who was surrounded by many generals and dignitaries like the stars holding the moon. That little guy Albert may be about to shoot himself in the foot. Baron Raglan couldn't help complaining about Albert in his heart. Obviously, he heard from someone about the deal behind the royal family and Jerome Bonaparte. However, Lord Raglan was relieved in an instant. He was 75 years old anyway, and I'm afraid that he will not see the day when France surpasses Britain. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and the younger generation is not good enough. The older generation can't climb out of the grave to teach the children and grandchildren. Thinking of this, Baron Raglan's attitude towards Jerome Bonaparte also changed slightly. He stepped forward and stopped just a few steps away from Jerome Bonaparte, bowed and saluted, said, "Merciful Your Majesty, on behalf of the British Army, I would like to express my high gratitude to you and your army for helping us in times of crisis. May the friendship between the French Empire and the British Kingdom last forever." It turned out that, while Lord Raglan was waiting for Jerome Bonaparte to summon him, Jerome Bonaparte had already received a telegram from the embassy of Constantinople. Walewski claimed that Britain garrisoned at Gallipoli was suffering from severe cold weather, with non-combat attrition increasing daily. Canning, the British ambassador, came to the embassy to ask him for help. They hoped that the French Empire could help the Kingdom of Britain out of the predicament. At the same time, it is implied that, as long as the British Kingdom is successfully rescued, the British Kingdom will give the French Empire some special offers, including but not limited to discounting the British bonds held by France, in order to maintain the domestic financial environment of the French Empire. But the corresponding requirement is that the French Empire cannot take the initiative to report this action. After all, the Kingdom of Britain is also a country that wants face. If you lose your money, you can't lose your face. After receiving the conditions, Walewski immediately sent a telegram to Paris, and Jerome Bonaparte, who received the telegram, couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Unexpectedly, the first battle of the French Empire in the Near East was not the Ottoman army of Caillou and Silistria, but to rescue teammates who were also imperialist powers. The actions of the British Kingdom on the Gallipoli Peninsula made Jerome Bonaparte think of the Italian kingdom that will be known as a pig teammate in the future. However, Jerome Bonaparte carefully considered the record of the British Kingdom and found that they basically did not fight any decent countries except for a dozen African natives in the Far East. This time, if it wasn't for Jerome Bonaparte's need to break the shackles imposed by the Holy Alliance on France, with Britain's own strength, it would be very difficult to end the battle in a short period of time. However, the Kingdom of Great Britain must be able to win the war in general, as a pit teammate second only to the Kingdom of Italy. The Kingdom of Great Britain is stronger than the Kingdom of Italy in terms of money. As long as you have money, there is nothing you can't do. Except a certain Middle Eastern tyrant in later generations. Don't look at the fact that the British Kingdom's army is not as powerful as the French army, but the cost of each soldier in the British Kingdom is equivalent to 1.5 French Empire soldiers on the premise of having sufficient food and wages. The British Kingdom only needs to fight steadily to eliminate opponents weaker than him. Then again, adhering to the concept of being a **** without taking advantage of it, Jerome Bonaparte immediately let Walewski take full responsibility for the docking work. Subsequently, another telegram was sent to the headquarters in Rhodes Island, ordering them to prepare 20,000 people's weapons and equipment as soon as possible for the British Kingdom to choose. The British Army, who had left their luggage behind, would have to wait 2 to 3 months to gather equipment without relying on the French Empire. After all, the Kingdom of Britain has not yet begun to mobilize, and the new legion formed still needs equipment. After everything was arranged, Jerome Bonaparte heartedly told Ambassador Cowley what happened to the British Army, and informed Ambassador Cowley that on February 1st, Baron Raglan would be invited to see him. This is the scene of Baron Raglan's gratitude. It's nothing. The French army and the British army should assist each other in the fight against the enemy of the free world, the Russian Rus Empire. Fight for the peace of the free world. Jerome Bonaparte said righteously, "That's right. We are fighting for the freedom of the Balkan nations." Baron Raglan echoed without feeling ashamed. After a short conversation, Jerome Bonaparte shook hands with Baron Raglan cordially, and at the same time, smiled and encouraged the adjutant behind Baron Raglan to learn from Baron Raglan, a general who was skilled in fighting. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's touted Baron Raglan, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his hatred for Jerome Bonaparte was less. Baron Raglan, who has a higher military rank, has also accepted War Minister Cousin Montauban and Deputy Chief of General Staff Neil. Jerome Bonaparte feels that Neil's rights and rank are not comparable. In particular, the post of Deputy Chief of General Staff was increased. The commander of Strasbourg, Marshal Riegnaud, and others shook hands. However, when he shook hands with Marshal Riegnaud, Baron Raglan had a little unpleasantness with him. The reason for this is because Lord Raglan, who rose in the symbolic period of Napoleon, believed that Riegno, who had no outstanding military achievements, was just a flattering person, and was not eligible for the rank of marshal at all. Therefore, he looked down on Riegno, and he was also full of disdain for Marshal Saint Arnault, the chief of the general staff who commanded the French army in the Near East. After the meeting was over, the political dignitaries left, leaving only Jerome Bonaparte and his generals in the hall of the Tuileries Palace, as well as the Baron Raglan who had come from afar. Then Jerome Bonaparte invited Baron Raglan and his adjutants to the battle room inside the Tuileries Palace. He would discuss with Baron Raglan in detail about the recent actions of the Russian Empire in the Near East. With a critical attitude, Baron Raglan agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's invitation, and the group entered the combat conference room transformed from the reception room. Baron Raglan, who entered the conference room, saw the map of the Near East hanging on the wall. This map was more detailed than the map he found in his travel notes. Said to be a perfect military map. Baron Raglan, who saw this map, could not help but restrain his contempt. In any case, the French War Department is at least more responsible on the military map than the British Kingdom. Thinking of this, Raglan was even more convinced that the British and French forces would win. Lord Raglan, who was sitting under the stage, looked at Neil, the deputy chief of staff on the stage, who was in charge of explaining. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. The Director of Logistics, Ordnance, is a position he held only last year. It can be said that, if it were not for this war, Raglan would probably never have the opportunity to serve as the commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force in his life. A subtle jealousy surged into Baron Raglan. As the keynote speaker, Neil took a deep breath and forgot to glance at the general in the audience. He did not know how much preparation he had done and how many times he had flipped through the map. After he taught this lesson, Neil began to explain the deployment of the Russian Empire. Riyadh1.com. According to our information, the Russian army now located in the Danube region has been divided into 3 parts, one of which is located in the Silistra fortress, which is also the largest army in Russia. A month ago, this huge army besieged Silistra day and night, and almost broke it a few times. However, the armored troops stationed here pushed them back with tenacious fighting spirit. Perhaps because of the heavy casualties, the army stopped attacking 2 weeks ago, switched to a defensive stance. While speaking, Neil put his hand on the fortress of Rouse and continued, "This is Rouse, second only to the fortress of Silistra. Since the Russian Empire began to attack, the army here has never been anything moving. I guess they want to use ruse to contain the Ottoman Empire. And the third part is also the troops located in the northeast of the Danube. They should be specially deployed in order to prepare for a possible surprise attack by the Austrian Empire. In short, the Russian Empire can be said to be attacking everywhere in the Near East, but it cannot form an advantageous situation in every place. Therefore, our suggestion is to reinforce the defending troops of Silistra with a small number of troops and use the powerful British and French troops. Fleet Destruction Point leads the navy in the port of Odessa and then uses the landing force to log in to try to cut off the supplies of the Russian Empire on the Danube. If you can't log into Odessa, we can also consider logging into the Sevastopol fortress." After speaking, Neil glanced at the audience. Jerome Bonaparte, sitting beside Baron Raglan, asked Baron Raglan what he thought in a low voice. Click to download this site app. Massive novels, free to read. Chapter 468, Uncompromising Wartime Command. Major General Neil. Baron Raglan called Neil's name in an easy and friendly tone. "Sir, what do you say?" Neil nodded and responded to Baron Raglan in a relaxed manner. "I take the liberty to ask, where did this map behind you come from?" Baron Raglan pointed to the map hanging on the background panel behind Neil. Obviously, he was more concerned about the map than the landing plan. It took nearly 4 years to complete the military map of the Near East. Neil did not speak. Instead he glanced at Jerome Bonaparte. "I ordered the War Department to find the map of the Ottoman Empire that survived the First Empire. I didn't expect that I would find it." Jerome Bonaparte perfunctory to Raglan. He would not admit it. "I have long had ambitions for the Near East." Of course, Baron Raglan didn't believe what Jerome Bonaparte said in his heart. The original Emperor Napoleon had little intention to make military maps of the Near East. "Your Majesty, please allow me to make a small request to you." Baron Raglan respectfully asked Jerome Bonaparte, please, speak. Although Jerome Bonaparte had already guessed the request of Baron Raglan, he continued to say, I hope that the French Empire will provide the British Army with some maps that you have pulled out of old papers. Baron Raglan said to Jerome Bonaparte with a special emphasis on his voice. It goes without saying, this. Jerome Bonaparte knew that the old general in front of him had guessed it, but he didn't want to destroy the cooperation between the British and French forces because of this trivial matter, so Jerome Bonaparte can continue to pretend to be confused. He pretended to hesitate for a while, and then gritted his teeth and said, yes, I will order the French army to provide you with some help within its power. Thank you very much. Baron Raglan responded with a smile to Jerome Bonaparte, then turned his head and returned to the topic just now. Major General Neil, according to your plan, you want to ignore it. The Russian Imperial Army in Wallachia and Moldova is besieging the capital of Odessa with all its strength, right? Yes. Neil nodded and said calmly, instead of having a pursuit battle with the Russian Empire in the Principality of the Danube, it is better to have a vigorous annihilation directly in the Odessa area. While talking, Neil pointed to the capital of Odessa, part of the Russian Empire's rations in the Danube region, as well as the Russian Empire's transshipment rations in the Caucasus, will be concentrated here. This means that, as long as we occupy the Russian troops in the Danube region and the Caucasus region will inevitably be forced to return to aid due to food shortages. The food shortage will inevitably lead to the disintegration of the army, and then we can completely annihilate them around Odessa with idle labor. Logging into Odessa and annihilating Russian reinforcement is the easiest and most difficult plan for the General Staff to achieve in its operational plan against Russia in Crimea. If the landing in the capital of Odessa goes well, it means that the Crimean War has been won more than half point as the richest region in Ukraine now. Odessa and its surrounding areas can be said to be the granary of the entire Ukraine, and even the granary of the whole of Europe. As Neil said, losing Odessa means all the Russian troops on the southern front, without supplies, they can only face the situation of passive beating. However, the reason why it is called the most difficult plan to implement is because the Tsar and his military staff, Yomini has returned to the Tsar's staff, as long as they are not stupid, can understand the importance of Odessa's chief and auxiliary, and after the British and French coalition forces have mastered the sea power in the Black Sea region, they are bound to strengthen the defense capabilities of the capital of Odessa and its surroundings, even if they weaken the forces of other fronts for the threat to the capital of Odessa. You're right, the occupation of Odessa did help our army win quickly, but I don't think the Tsar and his staff didn't think of this. They will definitely have a heavy army in Odessa. Wait, we dive in. Lord Raglan responded to Neil, so, my suggestion is a tentative attack. If Odessa's defenses are weak, our army will conduct a landing operation. If not, we will retreat immediately and seek a decisive battle with the main Russian army in the Crimea Peninsula. Of course, before we leave, we also have to teach the Navy docked at the port of Odessa a deep lesson, Neil said eloquently. Hearing Neil's explanation, Baron Raglan was already inclined towards the plan made by St. Arnault and his staff. His impression of St. Arnault also changed from a corpse to a general with a little ability. It's just that Baron Raglan didn't know that this battle plan was formulated and decided by the entire General Staff. Mr. Bonaparte led the members of the General Staff. Once again, the content of this version was obtained after repeated war games and summaries. It was definitely not a plan made by St. Arnault and the middle and low-level staff adjutants. After all, it is difficult for the current French army to have a genius like Emperor Napoleon, and even the vast majority of officers in the army are mediocre and idiots. A wise man has a wise man's solution, and a mediocre man also has a mediocre solution point. Although the French army in the post-Napoleonic era no longer has the military commanding genius of the Emperor Napoleon, it is still possible to find one or two military commanders who are eye-catching. Neil, Canrobert, Leboeuf, Trochu, Bazin. These precious alliances of the Second Empire in history, now, under the impetus of Jerome Bonaparte, have begun to gradually learn to think. With a summary point, it can be said that among all the armies of the post-Napoleonic era, only the French army still maintains an upward momentum. Of course, Prussia next door, under the leadership of the new Chief of Staff Marquis, also gradually brought the army out of the trough. Baron Raglan whose mind is still stuck in the Napoleonic Wars, is now gradually unable to keep up with the times. Why did you set the second battlefield in the Crimea Peninsula? As far as I know, it is not an area heavily guarded by the Russian Tsar. Baron Raglan asked again. The Crimea Peninsula is the frontier position of the Russian Empire in the Black Sea. Once the mails in Crimea are removed, then every inch of the land along the Black Sea will be completely exposed to the cannons of the British and French coalition forces. The Russian Imperial Army in the Caucasus will also be seriously threatened, so that Tsar and his military staff will never let Crimea be left alone. And a few months ago, the troops that defeated the Turkish Navy at the Sinop naval battle were also in the Crimea. If the Tsar does not want this honorable army to perish at our guns, he will definitely dispatch troops to rescue. At that time, we can completely defeat them, and then force them to make peace. Niel said to Baron Raglan word by word, his eyes never leaving Baron Raglan for a moment. Excellent plan, Baron Raglan said, applauding Major General Niel a little, and then complimenting Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, you have shown me a perfect game. Thank you to all the commanders who participated in this holy war. Jerome Bonaparte immediately. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked Baron Raglan what else he thought of the plan. Baron Raglan stated that he had no other objections, and that he would execute the order together with Marshal St. Arnault after he went to the Near East to reorganize the British army. That's wonderful, said Jerome Bonaparte to Baron Raglan with a smile. Then Jerome Bonaparte said euphemistically, since Baron Raglan has agreed to the plan formulated by the French army, the British troops should follow the plan of the French army. Naturally, the right to command the combined British and French army should also be handed over to Marshal St. Arnault, the current commander of the French Expeditionary Force. Britain only needs to manage the combined navy. Your Majesty, I think Britain and France are two teams fighting side by side. We shouldn't pursue the issue of subordination too much. I don't want our country's newspapers to treat us as people who sell national dignity. Baron Raglan shook his head and refused. In response to Jerome Bonaparte's request to form a combined command www.riyadh1.com and to hand over the army to the command of the French army. After all, who is the main and who is the auxiliary between the two armies is not just a purely military issue, but also interspersed with some political issues. Giving up the command of the army to France, Baron Raglan could not accept anything. If Baron Raglan did this, he would be under the command of a dozen years younger than him. Baron Raglan would rather not be commander of the expedition for a general who followed the Duke of Wellington on his expedition to the north and south, and did not want to lose his dignity as a British army. Mr. Raglan, we have more troops than you, Jerome Bonaparte reminded. Your Majesty, our army is actively helping your army to win back the lost honor. Baron Raglan also retorted. All the French generals present showed a trace of annoyance on their faces, and Baron Raglan was insinuating the setbacks their father suffered when they conquered the Russian Empire during the Waterloo era. If the Prussians hadn't run fast, I don't think we would have met. Jerome Bonaparte glanced at Baron Raglan and retorted again. Yes, Your Majesty, if the Duke of Wellington had followed the advice of the Tsar and Blücher, we might not have met. The two stared at each other without an inch, and after a while, Jerome Bonaparte let out a hearty laugh, and Baron Raglan also laughed. I see, Mr. Raglan. We just need to fight side by side. Click to download the app of this site. Massive novels. Free to read. Chapter 469. Sluggish British Army. Jerome Bonaparte and Baron Raglan reached a compromise in laughter and laughter. The joint command of the two armies of Britain and France is only responsible for passing messages and coordinating operations at the strategic level. The commanders of the two armies are not subordinate to each other and fight side by side. In terms of specific tactics, the British and French armies need to formulate corresponding tactics according to the characteristics of their own troops. Neither party has the right to interfere with the other party's tactical formulation, only the right to advise each other. In general, this time the British-French coalition adopted the policy that you hit you and I hit me. As long as there is no disagreement at the broad strategic level, the tactical level depends entirely on the combat effectiveness of both armies and the capabilities of the commanders in this regard. Jerome Bonaparte has absolute confidence in the French army he has transformed. Moreover, Jerome Bonaparte, who who had no interest in encroaching on the command of the British Army, was also happy to see the various King Chef-style tactical commands of the British Army on the Crimean battlefield. After all, if there is no British Army as a foil, how can it show the correctness and necessity of Jerome Bonaparte's military reform? Military action is the only test of military reform. Jerome Bonaparte didn't mind stepping on Britain and Russia to announce to the world that the army that swept Europe was back. Of course, Jerome Bonaparte can be sure that after the Crimean War, a new round of military preparations will surely usher in. Old Maoki, who is good at learning advanced experience, will never miss such a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. And Jerome Bonaparte still welcomes Leo Maoki's transformation of the Prussian army. Because the more old Moltke transforms the Prussian army, the stronger the Prussian army, the stronger the Prussian army, the more courageous the Junker nobles, then he is bound to follow the trend to expand Prussia's territory, and the greater the contradiction between Prussia and Austria in Germany. At that time, Jerome Bonaparte only needs to stand by and fan the flames, and Prussia will definitely not be able to resist Austria, and he will let Bismarck know what it means to turn a blind eye. However, the premise of all this is that the French army cannot stop after the Crimean War, and must continue to deepen. Reforms, strong firepower and a perfect mobilization system are the guarantees for the survival of the French army in the international community. These 2 points are still far from the current French army. After the joint forces had negotiated, Jerome Bonaparte invited Baron Raglan to have dinner with all the generals present. During the dinner, Jerome Bonaparte and Baron Raglan were smiling and chatting with each other. Under the deliberate guidance of Jerome Bonaparte, Baron Raglan became the protagonist of the banquet. After a while, the slightly drunk Baron Raglan told the audience about the previous era. Some interesting things happened, among them the Duke of Wellington, the Emperor Napoleon, the Grand Marshal of Sirte, Talleyrand, Metternich and Fouché. Memories are always worrying, and Lord Raglan, who is deeply in love, can't help crying. He misses his friend, the Duke of Wellington, and also misses the enemy who hurt him, Emperor Napoleon, Grand Marshal Sirte. In the words of Baron Raglan, their time has passed, and now it is a time of Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, I seem to see the figure of the great man from your body. The half-drunk Baron Raglan said to Jerome Bonaparte. It's an honor for me to receive such an evaluation from you, sir. Jerome Bonaparte said happily. Actually, you are in some respects more terrifying than the great man of the past. Baron Raglan burped his wine and rolled his tongue to Jerome Bonaparte. You. Patience. If the great man at the time could be like you, we probably wouldn't be able to beat him at all. I'm just an ordinary person under the shadow of the emperor. I can't afford such a high evaluation. Jerome Bonaparte said humbly to Lord Raglan. Baron Raglan smiled and shook his head, lamenting the passage of time. The banquet ended with laughter and laughter. The drunk Baron Raglan was helped out of the Tuileries Palace by the adjutant, who was not drunk, and took a carriage to the British Embassy. Standing in the courtyard of the Tuileries Palace, Jerome Bonaparte was burning with the oncoming cold wind, watching the carriage carrying Baron Raglan gradually drive into darkness. Immediately, Jerome Bonaparte was in the cold wind again. After standing for a long time, he turned and returned to the Tuileries Palace. On the other hand, Baron Raglan, who had returned from the Tuileries Palace to the courtyard of the British Embassy, opened his blurry eyes under Ambassador Cowley's concerned gaze, and then pushed away the adjutant who was supporting him. Commander Raglan, how do you feel now? Lord Cowley asked Raglan. In the Tuileries Palace, he was stumbling up and down, as if he was drunk, and now Baron Raglan miraculously stood up straight without anyone's support. The adjutant who followed him immediately understood that Baron Raglan had been in the Tuileries before. Li Gong's drunkenness was just a show. Standing in place, Baron Raglan slightly tidied up his wrinkled cuffs, patted Ambassador Cowley on the shoulder, and said in a wistful tone, "Don't worry. That little wine won't get me drunk at all." Then, you. Ambassador Cowley still looked at Baron Raglan suspiciously. I couldn't control my mouth at the banquet before, and I said a lot. Baron Raglan responded to Ambassador Cowley with a wry smile. Goulier. Ambassador Cowley nodded in response to Raglan man, and then ordered the servants in the embassy to take care of Baron Raglan. Early in the morning on February 2nd. The sky in Paris was filled with crystal clear snowflakes, and the cold wind was even stronger than yesterday. There are few pedestrians on the street, only public carriages moving slowly. Through the slightly foggy glass windows, you can see the office workers in the carriages, who are sitting in the cold armchairs rubbing their hands and breathing back and forth. It was in such a weather that Baron Raglan and his lieutenants would travel by horse-drawn carriage to the railway station in a neighboring province that was not yet covered by snow, where they would take the railway to the port of Toulon, and then take the French warship to the conqueror, Tantinopolis. Baron Raglan, who had left Paris, took 3 days to reach the port of Toulon with his adjutants in the port of Toulon. They met Decaux, the French Admiralty. After a brief self-introduction, Minister Decaux immediately dispatched 2 sailing steam battleships and 3 steam engines to **** Baron Raglan to the Near East. Baron Raglan thanked Decaux, and the 2 sides shook hands to say goodbye. The steamboat carried Baron Raglan aboard the sailing steam battleship. The steam engine started, and the battleship gradually left the port. Then, after 3 days of living at sea, Baron Raglan finally arrived at the waters near Rhodes Island. At Rhode Island, Baron Raglan joins up with the British Expeditionary Force. At this time, the British Expeditionary Force had already abandoned their own artillery and rifles, and replaced them with all-in-one Magnet rifles and small Napoleon cannons even. Their war horses were presented as a friendly gift from the French army. If it weren't for the uniforms on the British Expeditionary Force, as well as the Duke of Cambridge and others, Baron Raglan almost thought that the army in front of him was a French disguised army. The Duke of Cambridge, the interim commander in charge of the army, had a look of relief on his face after seeing the arrival of Baron Raglan. He finally didn't have to worry about the declining morale of the British army. Commander, the Duke of Cambridge, together with the chief quartermaster and others, came to Baron Raglan to salute Lord Raglan. Baron Raglan returned the salute with a serious expression, and then the group headed to the camp in Rhodes Island. The Duke of Cambridge in the tent said angrily to Baron Raglan that they were deceived by British intelligence. The Gallipoli Peninsula is simply not a suitable place to be stationed. There is nothing for their troops there is no way to get supplies there, and the impact of the recent blizzard has caused a large number of non-combat attrition of their troops. How many people do you have now? Baron Raglan asked the Duke of Cambridge and others. In those days on the Garibaldi Peninsula, our troops lost a total of 1,400 men. Now there are about 18,200 men. The Duke of Cambridge reported the number of troops to Baron Raglan. After hearing the non-combat attrition reported by the Duke of Cambridge who Riyadh1.com, Baron Raglan couldn't help frowning. 1,400 casualties were comparable to a medium-sized battle. The Duke of Cambridge also told Baron Raglan that the sudden blizzard not only caused a certain degree of casualties to the British Kingdom, but also had a certain blow to the morale of the British Kingdom soldiers. Many soldiers believed that the blizzard must have been the will of God, who did not want to see them go to war with the Orthodox Church on behalf of the pagans. When did this word spread? Baron Raglan asked the Duke of Cambridge. The Duke of Cambridge shook his head and shrugged, saying he didn't know. Forget it. Baron Raglan glanced at the Duke of Cambridge angrily, then turned and left. The Duke of Cambridge touched his nose in embarrassment and stood still without moving. For the next few days, Baron Raglan devoted all his energy to boosting his morale. The morale of the British army quickly recovered with the encouragement of Baron Raglan. On February 12th, a steam speedboat gradually approached Rhodes Island, and he would issue the next order for the British Army in Rhodes Island. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 470, Varna. What? London will let my troops go to support Silistria now? Inside the Rhode Island camp, Duke Raglan looked at the ambassador to Turkey, Canning, who arrived in Rhode Island by speedboat with a surprised expression and faced with a slightly excited tone. Commander Raglan, please don't be so excited. Ambassador Canning whispered with a helpless smile on the corner of his mouth. Does the London side know that when I took over this force, it was on the verge of collapse? 7% casualties, not a small number. It's only a week away. Let them go to Silistera. Are they really afraid of a mutiny? Baron Raglan couldn't help pouring his anger on Canning. The severe cold on the Gallipoli Peninsula brought not only physical damage to the British Army, but also a psychological blow. It is simply impossible to rely on a week's time for the British Army, which has no qualifications, to experience **** battles, to overcome the fear of severe cold. It is true that Baron Raglan could order officers to force the mobilization of the British Army with whips and barbed marten boots. But soldiers are human beings, not animals, blindly relying on fear to drive the army to fight. The result will only make the morale of the army even more depressed. If the trouble is bad, Baron Raglan and others will welcome the mutiny. I know, Commander, it's not easy for you. Ambassador Canning raised his face and said with a smirk, but you also need to consider London. It has been nearly 3 months since the British government declared war on the Russian Empire. But our army has yet to pull out a result that satisfies the people of London. London always has to take into account the pressure of some public opinion. Public opinion, public opinion. I only left London for a few days, and that was kidnapped by public opinion. Baron Raglan, a conservative thinker, couldn't help complaining. As I said, all those who clamored for war should be taken out. Pulled to the front line. I will definitely let my officers use the leather boots under their feet and educate them hard. After speaking, Baron Raglan stomped twice, as if in a demonstration. Your Majesty, sometimes the government has to take into account the attitude of the people of London. Ambassador Canning could only try to explain to Baron Raglan in a euphemistic manner that the soldier who had followed the Duke of Wellington for most of his life was in some respects even more stubborn than Baron Wellington. London just asked your army to move a bit, not to let you go shopping with the Russian army in the ice and snow. Oh. Baron Raglan gave Canning a surprised look and asked in confusion, what does this mean? Did the British army travel all the way to Silistra to fight against the Russian Empire? The government has taken into account that the British army may have some difficulties, so they did not force the British army to quickly enter the battle. After arriving in Silistra, Ambassador Canning explained. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and shouted with a sound, yes, I almost forgot about this method. What's the matter? Baron Raglan looked at Ambassador Canning with a puzzled expression. Your Excellency, Commander, it suddenly occurred to me that, since our government is just letting the troops go to Silistra to help the Ottoman Empire in a stupid country, then we can do the opposite. After the British army arrives in Varna, you can keep the army in the Varna area in the name of the joint operation of the Allied Command. After all, this time was a joint military operation, and Britain could not, in principle, go against the opinions of the joint command. In this way, the army can smoothly hand over to the London government. Ambassador Canning presented a solution to Baron Raglan. After hearing Ambassador Canning's solution, Baron Raglan's eyes lit up, and he tightly held Ambassador Canning's hand and said, you are truly the savior of the army. Your Excellency, Commander, this is what I should do, and I don't want to let the young man in Britain fight the Russian Empire in this icy world. Ambassador Canning, who was sorely held by Baron Raglan's rough hands, showed reluctance, responded with a smile. Then what are you waiting for? Let's act now. Baron Raglan said excitedly to Ambassador Canning, and then he suddenly thought that the plan needed the cooperation of the French army, so he put his mind on Ambassador Canning. Ambassador Canning, the French side. Ambassador Canning naturally understood what Baron Raglan meant. He patted his chest and told Baron Raglan that he would do work in France. Afterwards, Ambassador Canning and Baron Raglan left the camp side by side, and Baron Raglan personally put Ambassador Canning on the speedboat. After Ambassador Canning left, Baron Raglan once again summoned his adjutants and the commanding officers of the army and conveyed the order of the London government to them. Under the leadership of the Duke of Cambridge, the generals and colonels who received the order said that the morale of the British army was still recovering, and it was better to stay in Rhodes Island. Of course I know that staying in Rhode Island is the best way to restore morale, but the government's orders must be implemented, and there is no room for bargaining. Baron Raglan looked around with sharp eyes, and his tone was unquestionable to the Duke of Cambridge command. Under the mandatory order of Baron Raglan, the Duke of Cambridge and others could only obey the command of the Expeditionary Army commander. Okay, go back and prepare yourself. Baron Raglan took out his pocket watch and looked at it for a while, then waved to the Duke of Cambridge and the others. "Order your troops to set off on time at 4 o'clock in the afternoon." "Yes." The Duke of Cambridge and others responded, and then went to their respective armies. When the Duke of Cambridge and others conveyed the news of their departure to their officers, they were also greeted by complaints from the officers. Valley Noodles, the Duke of Cambridge and others had to use Baron Raglan as a shield to prevaricate them, and then gave them the order of Baron Raglan. In this way, under the first level orders, the soldiers also complained about the inhumane Baron Raglan in their hearts. Finally, under the officers' leather boots, the soldiers reluctantly began to pack their bags and set off. And after their wives heard the news of the departure, they also prepared to set out with them. However, Baron Raglan's order an hour later clearly required his wife to stay in Rhodes Island, on the grounds that Britain's existing ships could not satisfy her. Some of the wives in the army obeyed the orders of Baron Raglan, and a vast majority of wives in the army still went their own way. They believed that Baron Raglan would definitely let them go on board in the end. The time soon reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Vice Admiral Dundas led the Mediterranean fleet and troop carriers in the waters near Rhodes Island. A small boat was released from the warship and rowed towards Rhodes Island. When the boat arrives in Rhodes Island, the soldiers standing on the Rhodes Island dock will line up under the organization of the landscape to board the boat one by one. The boat carries soldiers, artillery, and horses to the warship. As for the military wives who were also waiting to board the ship, under the stern watch of Baron Raglan, no officer dared to put an accompanying wife on board. The tragedy of Gallipoli has already reflected the backwardness of the military wife system. It took more than 4 hours for 18,600 soldiers to board the ship. When the last boat carried Baron Raglan on board in the deserted night sky of the Golden Snake, the steam warship issued a dull roar and started. All the way to the north, it gradually disappeared from sight. There was only a group of wives who were stranded on the island of Rhode Island, and there were more than thousands of French logistics personnel stationed in Rhode Island, including engineering troops, technical work. After a night of sailing, the steam warship quickly crossed the Bosporus Strait and gradually approached the port of Varna at 4 in the morning. Lieutenant General Dundas, who was in command of the warship, saw the French warship moored in the port through the observation glass, and immediately turned around to enter the warship, and knocked gently on the door of Baron Raglan's room in the warship. "Come in." Baron Raglan responded angrily to Lieutenant General Dundas outside the door. Admiral Dundas, who entered the room, saw Baron Raglan standing by the table, and looking down at the map. He hurriedly reported to Baron Raglan, "Your Majesty, my fleet has successfully arrived near the port of Varna Sea." Baron Raglan raised his head, looked at Lieutenant General Dundas in front of him with tired eyes, and nodded. "I see. Just get close." "Yes." Lieutenant General Dundas, who received the order, left Baron Raglan's room. Riyadh 1.com and the Duke of Cambridge, who lived next to Baron Raglan, heard the movement from the next door. He got up from the fixed camp bed, and after a little grooming, he arrived at the door of Baron Raglan. Baron Raglan, who lowered his head and heard the movement outside the door, did not raise his head, but responded lightly, "What happened? Your Majesty, you haven't slept all night." The Duke of Cambridge asked Baron Raglan tentatively. After Baron Raglan heard the voice of the Duke of Cambridge, he raised his head and glanced at the Duke of Cambridge and said in a flat tone, "You haven't slept all night." I'm not nervous." The Duke of Cambridge replied hesitantly. At this time, the Duke of Cambridge is only 34 years old. He has not fought a war yet. He is a very noble generation, so he is nervous and excited about the upcoming battle. "There's nothing to be nervous about," Baron Raglan said slowly and peacefully. "When you actually enter the battlefield, you will forget everything and devote yourself to the fight. Get honor and everything you want." https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 471. Raglan and St. Arnault. As Baron Raglan, who replaced the position of the Duke of Cambridge, he naturally understood that the purpose of the Duke of Cambridge's participation in this war was to obtain the honor that matched his title, and Baron Raglan was also happy to see it. After all, He had robbed others of his position halfway through, so Baron Raglan would have to compensate him appropriately, as long as the Duke of Cambridge was willing to carry out his orders at present. It seems that the Duke of Cambridge still respects him as a superior. Listening to what you said, my nervousness has improved a lot. I hope our soldiers will not make any major mistakes in the next battle with the Russian Empire. The Duke of Cambridge spoke a serious topic in a relaxed tone. What? Are you blaming me for forcibly pulling the British army into the battlefield? Baron Raglan was not angry at the Duke of Cambridge's words. He asked the Duke of Cambridge in a brisk tone. Don't dare. The Duke of Cambridge put away his smile and responded to Baron Raglan. Don't worry. We won't face the Russian Empire directly in a short time. Raglan replied to the Duke of Cambridge. Huh. The Duke of Cambridge glanced at Baron Raglan suspiciously and asked, could it be that our army no longer has to go to Silistra? Come here. Baron Raglan beckoned from the Duke of Cambridge. The Duke of Cambridge entered the room and closed the door. Baron Raglan lowered his voice and told the Duke of Cambridge of his conspiracy with Canning Point. After hearing Baron Raglan's conspiracy, the Duke of Cambridge looked at Baron Raglan with a hint of excitement in his eyes and also lowered his voice and said to Baron Raglan, Your Excellency Commander, do you know that it's defying the government's orders? I'm just doing what I think is right. Baron Raglan showed a shrewd smile and said meaningfully, besides, the war with the Russian Empire doesn't have to be about temporary gains and losses. We must consider the overall situation. Since union with the French Empire, then we must respect their opinions. Yes, the Duke of Cambridge also helped. We must respect the opinion of the French army. In this way, the old and the young reached an agreement on the issue of the British army. But the Duke of Cambridge turned the conversation, shrugged his shoulders, and said to Baron Raglan, this method can only fool the people of London. My brother-in-law is not an easy fool. He has many methods. Go. His Royal Highness, I hope you can take more care. I believe that His Royal Highness can understand our intentions. Baron Raglan replied to the Duke of Cambridge. The Duke of Cambridge shook his head at Baron Raglan and sighed. Your Excellency, Commander, did you already think about pulling me into the water too? No. Baron Raglan shook his head in response, and then said sincerely, if you hadn't reminded me, I'd probably have forgotten about His Royal Highness. The Duke of Cambridge did not believe in Baron Raglan's response. However, he was still willing to help Baron Raglan on this issue. After all, his glory depends on this army. After the gunboats dispatched by France met with the British steam sail battleships, guided by the French gunboats, the British fleet approached the port of Varna. After entering the port, the British fleet stopped in the middle of the port, and the boats were launched one after another, and the soldiers began to line up to disembark under the command of the officers. Baron Raglan and his lieutenants were among the first troops to land. The boat slid with the ripples of the oars, and Baron Raglan, who was standing on the bow, saw the two rows of guards standing at the port and the crowd in the middle of the guards through the faint starlight projected on the sea by the vast starry sky. Your Excellency Commander, it seems that they came well prepared. Who is this? The information we mortgaged. The Duke of Cambridge beside Baron Raglan pointed to the figure on the pier and whispered. Baron Raglan looked at the pair in the distance and replied indifferently, I'm afraid there is a telegram to Rhodes Island in this camp. To Rhode Island? The Duke of Cambridge couldn't help but exclaimed, I didn't expect that the French army would be so rich. When the boat approached the dock, the originally dark outline gradually became clear. It was none other than the commander of the French Expeditionary Force, the chief of the French General Staff, and the French Marshal St. Arnault, and the commanders standing around him were the 1st Division Commander General Canrobert and the 2nd Division Commander Beau, General Sky, General Pelissier, commander of the 3rd Division, Guards Division, and Brigadier Generals Marc Mahon and Bazin. What? A big battle. Baron Raglan muttered in a low voice. Yes. The Duke of Cambridge was also surprised by the formation of the French army. On the pier at the port, St. Arnault, who was holding the marshal's scepter tightly in his hand, looked at the boats that were gradually approaching them and couldn't help but said to Canrobert beside him, Canrobert, I bet that there is definitely a British Expeditionary Force commander in the batch of boats. Go. Yan, Your Excellency Marshal, I won't bet you on this. General Canrobert said in a teasing tone. Why? Saint Arnault asked Conrobble, because Baron Raglan was among them, and he was the first boat to reach us. Conrobble said to Saint Arnaud, have you met him? Saint Arnaud looked at Conrobble in surprise. I had a relationship with him once. Conrobble nodded and said to Saint Arnaud, forget it. Saint Arnaud said angrily. Under the watchful eyes of Saint Arnaud, the first boat gradually docked at the pier where Saint Arnaud was, because the one-armed old man jumped off the boat with a relatively young middle-aged man. Looking at the empty arm of the old man, Marshal Saint Arnaud, you can know that the old man in front of him is Baron Raglan. He hurriedly stepped forward and stretched out his right hand to Baron Raglan. Welcome the British Army to the port of Varna, gentlemen. Your Excellency Saint Arnaud, thank you very much for coming to meet us in person. Baron Raglan stretched out his only left hand and shook hands with Saint Arnaud, because he did not address Saint Arnaud for reasons of self-esteem, and you is a marshal, and he is called Your Excellency. Point in the face of Baron Raglan's small tricks in addressing his self-esteem. Saint Arnaud didn't care. Baron Raglan and Saint Arnaud held hands tightly together, which also meant that the two armies of France and Britain joined forces. In Varna. Afterwards, Saint Arnaud introduced the brigadiers and generals around him to Baron Raglan one by one. Baron Raglan shook hands with them one by one, and then introduced the Duke of Cambridge and the next group of adjutants to them. General Saint Arnaud also shook hands with them. After getting to know each other for a short time, under the leadership of Saint Arnaud, Baron Raglan walked on the concrete road soaked by melting snow. This concrete road was built after the French Empire Army came over into the French military camp. Looking at the star-studded but scattered tents in front of him, Baron Raglan couldn't help but think of the British military camp. Compared with this military camp, the British military camp was like a pigsty. Not to mention trash and urine everywhere. The entire military camp is full of chaos after midnight, and there will never be such a quiet scene as it is now. Immediately, Marshal Saint Arnaud asked Baron Raglan if he wanted to see the tent he had prepared for the British Army. Of course. Lord Raglan nodded and responded to Marshal Saint Arnaud. Marshal Saint Arnaud and Baron Raglan thought about walking due west. After about 30 minutes, they finally arrived at an empty military camp. Look, this is the military camp we have prepared for you. Saint Arnaud responded to Baron Raglan. Thanks to the French army for helping us. Baron Raglan thanked Marshal Saint Arnaud and then ordered his adjutants to organize the British army into the camp. When Saint Arnaud and Baron Raglan returned to the French camp again, the sky had already broken. Marshal Saint Arnaud once again invited the Baron Raglan and the Duke of Cambridge to the French barracks for breakfast. The Baron Raglan and the Duke of Cambridge did not refuse to agree to the invitation of Marshal Saint Arnaud. Surrounded by a large group of officers, the commanders of Britain and France in the Near East entered a temporary camp made of wood. Inside, the cooks in the barracks prepared the food that the marshal said half a day in advance. Although it is still early in the morning. Riyadh1.com. The tables in the camp are full of various delicacies, including foie gras and snails from France, caviar from Britain, and Horseman Imperial's chicken pilaf with almond soup. When everyone was seated, the cook poured 2 glasses of fine red Bordeaux into everyone's glasses. Marshal Saint Arnaud and Lord Raglan touched each other with wine glasses and surrounded them. The surrounding military commanders shouted in unison, "Cheers to His Majesty the Emperor/Her Majesty the Queen." For a while, the atmosphere in the whole wooden house became hot. After a glass of wine, everyone's faces were more or less rosy, and a slightly drunk feeling poured into their minds. Blessed by God, let our two armies fight together against the Russian Empire here. Baron Raglan said to Marshal Saint Arnaud. Yes. Marshal Saint Arnaud has responded. Every gentleman in the civilized world has responded, given me responsibility and obligation to fight this greedy polar bear. Drive them back from this sacred land. Go to your own bear den. Bears? Baron Raglan was stunned, then stood and nodded. Yes. They are a bunch of bears. A bunch of insatiable bears. So we must cut off their bear claws and let them get out of the Near East. https://genius. Remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 472. Attack it. Combined fleet. We must cut off the bear claws that are trying to dominate the East and let them get out of the Near East. St. Arnault and Baron Raglan reached a consensus on the description of the image of the Russian Empire. The two laughed. The laughter caused the officers in the entire camp gate to laugh with their superiors. After the laughter ended, St. Arnault and Baron Raglan raised their glasses again, and the scarlet liquid Chen put in the glasses swayed back and forth a few times with the crisp sound of collision, and then drank it all. After 3 rounds of drinking, Baron Raglan, who was slightly drunk, explained to Marshal St. Arnault that the British army could not engage in high-intensity combat in a short period of time. St. Arnault, who had already learned about the basic situation of the British army from Ambassador Walewski, immediately told Baron Raglan that the coalition forces would not have large-scale battles in a short period of time, and the British army only needed to send a small number of cavalry troops to follow. France can act together. What do you want to do? Baron Raglan asked St. Arnault. Mr. Raglan, our army has been in the Varna area for nearly a few months. It's time to say hello to the Russian Imperial Army near the Silistra fortress. St. Arnault shrugged his shoulders, showed a meaningful smile, and said to Lord Raglan, after all, Paris is also waiting for the news of our victory. Well, it looks like we all have to face our own governments. Baron Raglan sighed slightly, and said to St. Arnault, no. St. Arnault quickly corrected Baron Raglan, and said that the French army was not urged by the government, and they all volunteered to offer good news for the empire. After all, every French soldier wants to wash away the defeat they suffered at the hands of the Russian Empire. Hearing St. Arnault's explanation, Baron Raglan also showed a meaningful smile. Next, the British army and the French army negotiated the distribution of troops to the fortress of Silistra Point. Among them, the French army will send a force of 10,000 people, including the Zouave regiment, led by the commander of the French 1st Division, Canrobert, to the fortress of Silistra to help Omar Pasha in the fortress. And the British side then he led 1,000 cavalry troops and 3,000 infantry troops to the fortress of Silistra with the French army under the leadership of the Duke of Cambridge. When Baron Raglan asked Marshal St. Arnault when he would leave for the Silistra fortress, St. Arnault replied that Baron Raglan would not be able to leave until February 25th. Baron Raglan asked Marshal St. Arnault again why, and Marshal St. Arnault replied, Mr. Raglan, the protagonists of this war are not only our 2 armies. There are also 2 armies that have not arrived on the battlefield. We need to wait patiently for a few days. Baron Raglan suddenly remembered that the Ottoman Empire and the Kingdom of Sardinia also declared war on the Russian Empire, and the British and French forces should wait for them to arrive in Varna and dispatch together. However, Baron Raglan maintained a cautious and skeptical attitude towards the combat effectiveness of the Ottoman Empire and the Kingdom of Sardinia. Especially the Sardinian army, whose poor performance in 1848 has long been forgotten by Baron Raglan. Mr. Raglan, please rest assured. Although the overall army of the Kingdom of Sardinia needs to be negotiated, some of them have no lower fighting will than the armies of our 2 countries. I believe that the ruler of the Kingdom of Sardinia must be in power. The best soldiers among them will be carefully selected, and then they will be sent to us for our use. St. Arnault did not shy away from referring to the Sardinian troops as consumables. That's right. After thinking for a moment, Baron Raglan nodded, and said to St. Arnault, I don't think the Kingdom of Sardinia will send over the scraps from the army. As for the army of the Ottoman Empire, St. Arnault sighed and said, that can only be left to fate. Although Omar Pasha resisted the Russian army for several months in the Silistra fortress, this does not mean that the Ottoman army itself has the ability to rival the Russian army. The fortress made it easier for the Ottoman Empire to defend against the Russian Empire's offensive, but it did not allow the Ottoman Empire to turn its defensive advantage into an offensive advantage. Not to mention the disparity in the quality of the troops of the Ottoman Empire. The combat capabilities of many vassal troops, Egypt, Tunisia, are far greater than the combat capabilities of the native Ottoman troops. I hope the Ottoman Empire will not live up to our expectations. Baron Raglan shrugged and responded to St. Arnault. Both the British and French armies remained skeptical about the combat capabilities of the upcoming Ottoman army. After the British and French armies had discussed the road operation, the British Admiral Dundas and the French Admiral General Brule discussed the bombardment of the capital of Edessa. I suggest that our 2 naval forces set off tomorrow for Edessa. Admiral General Brule said to General Dundas. Gugwa, this General Dundas hesitated. He thought that General Brewer was a little too radical, and he responded politely, "Is this too hasty? None of our troops have been groomed yet." The army that General Dundas referred to was naturally the British Army. General Brewer heard the subtext of General Dundas, and he told General Dundas that the British and French navies went to Odessa just to survey whether the defense of the capital of Odessa was empty, and at the same time, to stop the naval fleet in the capital of Odessa. To attack, the army does not need to follow. After listening to General Brewer's explanation, General Dundas took another look at Baron Raglan, commander of the British Expeditionary Force. With the approval of Baron Raglan, General Dundas agreed to General Brewer's plan. After the banquet, General Dundas was called by General Raglan to the tent to discuss. Early the next morning, nearly 2,000 British infantrymen left the barracks for the port of Varna. When the British army arrived at the port of Varna, they saw that a large number of French soldiers had already gathered in the port. This group of French soldiers boarded the boats in an orderly manner under the leadership of their commanders. The French soldiers were transported into the troop transport, and the person in charge of commanding the troops to board the ship was the 2nd Division Commander Bourquet. After all the French soldiers had been transported aboard, Bourquet came to Baron Raglan and responded respectfully, "Commander Raglan, didn't you guys say yesterday that this operation was just an advance battle and didn't need too many people? Why did you change your mind today?" Baron Raglan asked Bocchus, half jokingly and half seriously. "Our marshal thinks if our infantry troops don't follow the navy to fight together, it will be difficult to seize the fleeting fighter." Bocchus responded with reason, and then blinked and pointed at Lager. The army behind Commander Lund asked back, "Commander Raglan, the troops behind you probably didn't come here to watch the fun. It seems that our two armies have both thought about going together." Baron Raglan replied politely, and then laughed at himself. "It's just that neither of us seems to be very candid." "Yeah." Bocchus nodded with empathy. The two who knew it well automatically avoided the reasons for their infidelity. After all, Britain and France have been imaginary enemies for far more time than they have been working together. Even though Marshal Saint Arnaud and Baron Raglan said they were cooperating frankly, in fact they still regarded each other as enemies this time. It was just that both parties wanted to go together, which is why this embarrassing scene was created. Then, under the command of Baron Raglan, the British army got on the boat in turn, and then entered the troop carrier through the boat. At noon, the originally cloudy Varna port suddenly cleared up, and the warm sunlight passed through the thin cloud, spreading the brilliance to the Varna port and the Black Sea, shining on the cream-like sails. The entire Varna port, in this sudden sunshine, is now extraordinarily warm. When the last two small boats carried the British and French naval commanders and leading generals aboard, the semaphore soldiers who climbed up the observation deck waved their flags to give orders to the surrounding fleets. Reading www.okanshu.com. This is the first sincere cooperation between the British Kingdom and the French Imperial Fleet after the 19th century. Every Navy sailor has a confident expression on his face. They believe in the world's first Navy and the world's second Navy. Together, there will be no force in the entire world that can stand against it. The fact is, as they thought, since the navies of the two countries of Britain and France have been gathering near the Bosphorus Strait and have experienced a naval battle. Originally ambitious, the Russian Navy, which wanted to compete with the British and French fleets, was as if its spine had been forcibly broken. It was completely paralyzed near the Sevastopol fortress and the capital of Odessa, and did not dare to compete with Britain and France. The fleet competes directly. Immediately after the Russian Imperial Navy gave up the war, the entire Black Sea became boring. Even though the British and French fleets repeatedly went to the Sevastopol fortress to provoke the Russian Imperial Navy, the Russian Imperial Navy still refused to come out of the port of the Sevastopol fortress. The British and French navies, who did not receive the order to attack the port, lingered near the Sevastopol fortress for a long time, and finally came here in a hurry, and returned in disappointment. Now they have obtained permission to attack from their respective supreme commanders. He is about to vent his fighting spirit to the port of Odessa with a passionate attitude. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Bombard Odessa. After several hours of uninterrupted sailing, the British and French fleet finally arrived near Odessa around 5 p.m. At this time, the fiery red sun has slowly descended from the top to the sea level. The large white clouds in the blue sky appear a fire-like bright red under the illumination of the setting sun, and the white sails blown by the sea breeze are also dyed orange red. Odessa, the pearl of the southern part of the Russian Empire under the setting sun, revealed an indescribable French beauty, which made Vice Admiral Dunstad, who observed Odessa with binoculars, sighed, "Alas, it's so beautiful. How wonderful it would be if it weren't for the city built by the Russian Empire." General Dundas, the city was founded by the Duke of Richelieu, who was appointed by Catherine as the first governor of Odessa. It is because of his efforts that Odessa has become what it is today. Rear Admiral Edmund Lyons, who was standing beside him, whispered to his superior Dundas Cope, "I said why the architectural style of Odessa is really full of French flavor." After a long time, it turned out that it was built by our French friends. Our French friends are really helpful, Dundas said sarcastically. After hearing Lieutenant General Dundas' complaints, Edmund Lyons immediately extinguished Lieutenant General Dundas's idea of continuing to popularize science, and turned to Lieutenant General Dundas to discuss the issue of the attack sequence. "No hurry. Wait until the reconnaissance fleet we headed to Odessa port returns." Lieutenant General Dundas raised his hand to stop it. After a while, the steam gunships, 2 British gunboats, and 1 French gunboat that were in charge of surveying the enemy situation in the port of Odessa returned to the vicinity of the main fleet, and the semaphore on the ship reported the situation to the main fleet through the flag point. The naval fleet stationed in the port of Odessa consists of 3 mainsail battleships, 2 double-deck ships, and 3 outdated steam gunboats. Compared with the British-French combined fleet, such a scale is simply vulnerable. It should be noted that the artillery batteries deployed in the area around the Odessa ports are capable of firing 24 or 48-pound shells. The weapons prepared by Guillery in order to prevent the Anglo-French coalition from attacking the port of Odessa one day, but most of these weapons are the products of more than 10 years ago, and the threat level to the current Anglo-French combined fleet is far from lethal. The ships of the fleet were equipped with guns of larger caliber and longer range than those on the Odessa fort, enough to pose a lethal threat to the Odessa fort. Of course, if you fight against Turkey, these forts are enough, and then the Turkish fleet will drink a pot. Dundas, who received the basic information of Odessa port, calmly analyzed the current situation. Although the Anglo-French combined fleet knew all about the deployment on the waters of Odessa, the port of Odessa was still like a fog, and Dundas believed that it was not the time to launch a general attack. Just as Dundas was thinking about the countermeasures carefully, a small boat descended from the French command ship on the left side of the fleet, and the small boat swam around the Dundas ship. "Pick up the guests on board." After the guests arrived on deck, the sailors reported the news of General Bruard's arrival to Vice Admiral Dundas. Lieutenant General Dundas and Major General Edmund hurriedly went to meet General Bruard, and the two shook hands again under the sunset, and then quickly got to the point. General Bruard asked Lieutenant General Dundas for his opinion on Odessa, and Lieutenant General Dundas responded cautiously to Bruard, "I hope the fleet can suspend the attack, because we have not yet understood whether there is an army in the port of Odessa." "What do you want to do?" General Bruard asked Lieutenant General Dundas. "It's better to be able to grab a tongue and learn the news of the port of Odessa from his mouth." Lieutenant General Dundas responded to General Bruard, "It's not easy to handle." General Bruard said with a frown. "Actually," Major General Edmund said in a low voice, "it's not that difficult." Huh. General Bruard dragged his chin and looked at General Edmund with interest. "What can you do?" "According to my recent observations of Odessa and the Sevastopol fortress, a small number of ships return to Odessa from the Sevastopol fortress every day. Most of these ships are merchant ships. I think they are probably responsible for the Russian army in the fortress of Sevastopol sent to supply civilian ships. If we can capture them, we will know the situation in the port of Odessa." Major General Edmund put forward his own views. "That's a good idea. General Bruard nodded and looked at Lieutenant General Dundas and said, "What do you think? You can try." Lieutenant General Dundas nodded. Afterwards, Major General Edmund took out the small notebook he carried with him, and after reading the contents of the records, he explained to Dundas and Bruard the time when the mall returned to the port of Odessa. "The closest time to us is around 6 o'clock. Major General Edmund said. Lieutenant General Dundas then took out a pocket watch and glanced at the time. It was now around 5:45. "It is about 5:45 p.m. Less than 15 minutes left. Order the reconnaissance fleet to investigate along the route from Odessa to Sevastopol. Be sure to seize the merchant ships." Lieutenant General Dundas responded firmly. "Goofen, yes." Major General Edmund responded, and then he gave the order to the semaphore, who waved the flag, to convey Lieutenant General Dundas' order to the reconnaissance fleet. The reconnaissance fleet that received the order was like a runaway horse, frantically searching for traces of passing ships towards the route from Odessa to Sevastopol. Time passed quickly, and about 20 minutes later, the reconnaissance fleet returned to the main fleet again, and the semaphore on the ship conveyed the order to the main fleet to complete the mission. Edmund, who saw the order from the reconnaissance ship, immediately entered the cabin and reported the completion of the mission to Lieutenant General Dundas and General Bruard. "Bring people here," Lieutenant General Dundas ordered again. Edmund quickly returned to the deck to convey the news of escorting the merchant ships to the main fleet to the reconnaissance fleet, and the reconnaissance fleet turned and left. After a while, a boarding ship passed through the layers of siege and arrived in front of the command ship. The person in charge of uploading followed the two sailors and also boarded the ship heading for the command fleet, and then boarded the British command ship. Looking at the Russian Empire businessman who looked like a Tatar, Dundas asked him in broken Russian if he could speak English. "Dear sir," the merchant doesn't know whether Dundas is a noble or not, so he can only try to call Dundas sir. "I don't know English, I only learned a little French." The merchant speaks fluent Russian to Lieutenant General Dundas. Lieutenant General Dundas turned his attention to General Bruard, who was standing aside. General Bruard stepped forward and had a simple communication with a Tatar-looking businessman. From the mouth of this businessman, since the Anglo-French coalition declared war on the Russian Empire, Tsar Nicholas I of the Russian Empire has been strengthening the military force in the Odessa area. Now Odessa has gathered 50,000 to 60,000 Russians. The army, so to speak, is heavily guarded. An army of 50,000 or 60,000 people. Where did the Tsar get such a huge army? Lieutenant General Dundas was a little unwilling to believe what the Tatar businessman said, and he immediately questioned. General Bruard translated Dundas' words into French and told them to the Tatar merchants. "Dear sir, I'm just an ordinary businessman. I don't know where the Tsar transferred these troops, but they are indeed staying in the port of Odessa." The Tatar merchant said word by word. After listening to the Tatar merchant's words, General Bruard and Lieutenant General Dundas remained silent, and Major General Edmund immediately asked his subordinates to take the Tatar merchant down. "What do you think?" Lieutenant General Dundas, who was silent for a moment, asked General Bruard. "This possibility is not ruled out. After all, the port of Odessa is too important to the Tsar, no matter how careful you can be." General Bruard replied with his chin up, and then said with relief, "But we don't have to care too much about the number of people. I personally think that there are number 60,000 people in the port of Odessa. At best, there are only about 30,000 to 40,000 people. Even if they have only 30,000 to 40,000 people, it is difficult for our army to gain an advantage." Dundas' army responded. The Anglo-French coalition forces on the ship were only about 8,000 people in total. Riyadh1.com They did not have any advantage in number at all. In addition to the early landing operations, a large number of soldiers were bound to be lost, which was really worth the loss. Then, the only option is to destroy the living forces in Odessa. General Bruard set the strategic goal of the British-French combined fleet. "That's the only way." Dundas nodded and responded. Point under the joint orders of Orders Generals Bruard and Dundas, the combined British and French fleets began to change their attack formations and headed towards the port of Osset. Small and nimble gunboats were at the front of the line, followed by huge steam-sailed battleships. When the Anglo-French combined fleet reached the maximum range of the ships and batteries in the port of Odessa. The port battery and the Russian Imperial fleet that remained on the ships also noticed the appearance of the Anglo-French combined fleet point under the reflection of the stars hanging in the sky. The figures of the Odessa port battery began to move back and forth, and all this was seen by General Dundas and General Brewer on the commanding ship. Counterattack? Do you have the ability to do this? General Dundas, who vaguely saw the movement of the battery through the observation glass, put down the observation glass and dismissed it, and then ordered the fleet to execute the next order step by step. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, chapter 474, defeatist strategist Patskovich. In fact, as Lieutenant General Dundas said, the coastal defense artillery on the fort could not cause any damage to the coalition fleet due to the range and distance. After passing by, they landed in an area less than 20 meters away from the front fleet. The sound of the explosion came from the bottom of the sea, splashing a piece of water, and the combined fleet did not suffer any damage point. And because the combined fleet was a surprise attack, those ships docked in the port were also not prepared for the challenge point. When the British-French combined fleet suddenly appeared in the port, the Russian Imperial fleet showed its poor adaptability. The Russian fleet, which had not been coordinated and dispatched, had not really been put into battle, and it had already fallen into chaos. Parts of the Russian Imperial fleet collided with each other, and the scene was a little out of control for a while. The chaos of the Russian Imperial fleet has further inspired the confidence of the British and French fleets to annihilate the Russian fleet. The sailors on each ship desperately loaded the spherical explosive shells into the barrels of the front bore guns, and then pushed the guns to the prepared muzzles through the slide rails, waiting for the order of the main fleet. After the artillery on both sides of the British and French fleets were fully loaded, Major General Edmund immediately trotted to Lieutenant General Dundas and General Brewer, and asked them if they should launch an attack on Odessa. Attack? General Brewer responded indifferently, and Lieutenant General Dundas also nodded, asking Rear Admiral Edmund to attack the fleet. The semaphore soldiers standing on the observation deck waved the two flags in their hands, and killed the command to attack the surrounding fleet. At the same time, all the gunboats, iron-armored gunboats, and steam sailboats turned their broadsides in the same direction, aiming the dark muzzles on the side of the ships at the battery and the Russian fleet point. Then, under the flag of the commanding fleet, the artillery of the British and French allied forces seemed to shoot all the artillery shells out of the cannon in an instant. The huge roar and the white gunpowder that filled the sea appeared on the sea at the same time. After dozens of artillery fired together, the violent vibration generated made the level on the ship feel a little swaying. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise behind it appeared in the fleet of the Odessa port, followed by the raging fire of the port fleet. The Russian Navy, which once used explosive bombs to destroy the Ottoman Empire Navy, is now also trying to taste explosive bombs' taste point after the wooden sailboat was hit by the explosive bomb for the first time. The cannonball was mercilessly inlaid inside the wooden ship. At the same time as the Navy, which killed several bears in the inner cabin, another explosion occurred. The secondary damage caused by the explosion caused a large number of sailors in the building to be reimbursed directly on the spot. The few sailors who were not taken away by the explosion were also lying on the ground and groaning in agony. The entire port of Odessa changed in an instant. For the sake of purgatory on Earth, only a small number of Imperial Russian ships survived after the first round of shelling. Even those ships that escaped by chance inevitably attracted a second blow. With two blows, the Russian fleet docked in the port of Odessa was completely incapacitated, and the flames of the wooden ships burned the entire Odessa. The port of Odessa was brightly lit. This is not over yet. When the British and French allied forces saw that all the ships docked in the port were wiped out, they immediately aimed their guns at the coastal defense battery. Soon, these coastal defense forts were attacked by the British and French fleets and lost their ability to counterattack. Although there were many brave and fearless gunners around the forts who wanted to control the forts to counterattack, the British and French combined fleet was saturated and shelled. Was blasted to pieces. The port of Odessa, which has lost any ability to counterattack, is like a lamb waiting for the butcher to slaughter. After the British and French fleets entered the port, the warehouses, granaries, residential areas and the governor's palace in the port will be buried in the muzzle of the British and French companies among. Report. Lieutenant General Dundas, Admiral Bluard. Our fleet has completed the complete clearing of the Odessa port fleet and coastal defense battery. Do you need to go deep into the port? Major General Edmund shouted to Dundas. Two generals, Ruth and Bluard, report together. Since we are here, why don't we impress them? General Bluard apparently agreed to go deep into the port point. After all, the port of Odessa has lost all ability to fight back point. Even if there are 60,000 Russian troops hidden in this city, as long as the naval forces do not choose to log in to fight, then these 60,000 troops are just decorations. General Bluard is right. Let that arrogant Russian Empire see how powerful we are. Lieutenant General Dundas nodded and responded to Edmund. Rear Admiral Edmund, after receiving the order of the Supreme Commander of the British and French Combined Navy, quickly issued an order to the surrounding fleet to enter the port of Odessa. The gunboat that received the order rushed into the port of Odessa at full speed. Attacks were launched on the residential areas of the port of Odessa, the weapons depot, the governor's palace. The shells fell like raindrops in the port of Odessa, and then there was a deafening explosion near the weapon storage warehouse in the port of Odessa. The billowing black smoke from the explosion made most of the sailors in the fleet cheered. A few conscientious sailors closed their eyes and prayed with guilt. After the British and French fleet killed one of the Russian Empire's weapons warehouses in Odessa, they fired at another weapons warehouse without stopping. For the port of Odessa, with sufficient ammunition from the British and French fleets, it lasted for nearly 6 hours. Guhu under the vast stars, that Tsar Pearl was weeping and wailing, and a Russian wailing came from the residential area, which seemed to be accusing the British and French invaders. The British and French fleets, whose shells were exhausted, did not have the slightest nostalgia, and turned their bows to leave the port of Odessa. The Russian army, who was lurking in the residential area and waiting for the British and French fleets to log in and counterattack, was always looking at the drifting British and French fleets with hatred. Subsequently, these Russian troops scattered in the city began to gather under the order of their commanders, and extinguishing the flames in residential areas became the main task of the Russian army this time. In this battle, the British and French fleets undoubtedly showed the prestige of the world's #1 and #2 navies. The poor Russian fleet and coastal defense batteries did not cause much damage to the British and French fleets from beginning to end. Every inch of the coastline of the port of Odessa was ravaged by the new French fleet. Nearly 30% of the residential areas were destroyed. 5 layers of weapons and 40% of the food were destroyed. Even the statue of the first governor, Duke Richelieu, and the governor's palace were also destroyed. It was smashed to pieces, and the property damage was even more uncountable. Every resident and noble living in the port of Odessa deeply hates the British and French forces. So much so that a few months later, among the social donations held by the Ministry of Finance, the number of donations raised by the residents of the port of Odessa was second only to Moscow and St. Petersburg. The Anglo-French coalition forces, whose ammunition had run out of ammunition, finally returned to the Varna port base at around 7 AM after several hours of sailing. Immediately, Lieutenant General Dundas and Admiral Brewer reported all the information about the port of Odessa to Marshal St. Arnaud and Commander Agden. Although the two commanders had already made preparations in their hearts, they still had some regrets after receiving the information. After all, it is easier to attack and occupy the port of Odessa than to occupy the fortress of Sevastopol. Since the first plan has already faced failure, the two commanders can only start the second plan. However, before proceeding with the second plan, they still need to send a team to Silistra. In the next period of time, the top leaders of the coalition forces reorganized the army and waited for reinforcement from the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire, while collecting information from the Silistra fortress to prevent the Russian Empire from jumping over the wall to Silistra. Launch an onslaught. On the other hand, the Russian Empire stationed in the northeast of the Silistra fortress was attacked on the morning of the third day of the Odessa port and received information that the Odessa port was attacked. Paskovich, the commander of the Danube coalition, immediately realized that Britain and France had begun to act. For a long time, Paskovich who was not very interested in capturing the Silistra fortress, was even more unwilling to spend time with Omar Pasha in the Silistra fortress. Paskovich, who was possessed by defeatism, only wanted to withdraw from the Danube Principality in exchange for the British and French to stop the attack on the Russian Empire. This war should never have started at this time, and ending it as soon as possible is the best result for the Russian Empire. So in the next few days Riyadh1.com Paskovich scolded the Russian Imperial Army more unscrupulously. And even there were several military conferences that required him to attend. Paskovich couldn't get sick. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Paskovich was unwilling to continue the fight after all, and his subordinates secretly passed on Paskovich's current situation to Nikolai in Moscow behind his back. And General Gorchakov, who was far away from the Ruse fortress, rushed from the Ruse fortress to the Silistra fortress overnight after hearing about Commander Paskovich's recent situation. After entering the tent, General Gorchakov looked at Paskovich, who was lying on the bed pretending to be sick, and asked helplessly, "Your Majesty, what are you trying to do?" Prince Paskovich, who was lying on the bed, did not move at all. He told Mikhail Gorchakov that the battle that the Russian Empire is now fighting in the Danube region was a wrong battle from the very beginning. There is no chance of taking down Constantinople. In Paskovich's words, what if the Russian army was already captured? As long as the fleets of the Russian Empire cannot defeat the British and French fleets, all their victories will be nothing more than half-hearted. The Anglo-French coalition forces with sea dominance can log into every registered location at any time to launch an attack on the Russian Empire, and the Russian Empire can only passively engage in battle. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 475. Fortified bastions. Don't tell others what I said to you. Sitting on the bed, Prince Paskovich took Mikhail Gorchakov's hand and said heart to heart, "But, Your Majesty, it's not good for you to keep pretending to be sick like this. Sooner or later, Your Majesty will scold you for this." General Gorchakov leaned into Prince Paskovich's ear and whispered, "Second once heard a rumor that His Majesty the Tsar secretly placed his third hall among the various troops so that he could grasp the situation of the troops in time. It's not a secret." Prince Paskovich seemed to have already known about these things, and he responded in a flat tone, "It's just that we don't think His Majesty the Tsar knows, and he is attracted to him as a confidant. Count Orlov himself told us about this long ago." Hearing Prince Paskovich's words, Gorchakov's heart was like a rock slapped by the overwhelming waves. "Then you still, I don't want to do these meaningless things," Paskovich said to Gorchakov in a sincere tone. "What the Russian Empire needs to do now is reform, not aimless expansion here." Then, Paskovich responded freely to Gorchakov, "To be honest, I may completely lose the Tsar's favor because of this incident. But so what? I'm 71 years old and can still survive." "How long?" Paskovich stretches out his hand and pats Gorchakov on the shoulder. "You are different. You can go on. I hope that, after I'm ousted by the Tsar, you will treat your men well, soldiers. Don't let them make senseless sacrifices." Speaking of this, Prince Paskovich sighed, and General Gorchakov, who was sitting beside Prince Paskovich, was also silent. Time and space seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. After a long time, Prince Paskovich said again, "I'm really sorry for letting you waste time listening to me." The dying old man, saying some grumbling words. "Please don't say that." General Gorchakov hurriedly responded to Prince Paskovich. Afterwards, Paskovich asked about the Gorchakov Ruse fortress. Gorchakov reported to Paskovich about the situation of the fortress of Ruse. Since Prince Paskovich chose to divide his troops to attack, General Gorchakov, who has nearly half of the main army, ignored Paskovich. Key's orders began to target the Ruse fortress. In the past few months, Russia has launched no less than 100 attacks on the Ruse fortress, and even nearly broke the bastion cluster of the Ruse fortress several times. However, the Turkish army stationed in the Ruse fortress directly pushed the Russian army back with tenacious fighting spirit. Gorchakov immediately realized that the Ruse fortress was different from the Ruse more than 10 years ago. He was specifically targeting the Russian Empire. The fortress's trenches, and mines built are the bane of the Russian Empire. In the end, Gorchakov could only choose to suspend the attack, and at the same time, ordered his Serbian militia, a team of Serbs who brought their own food, to attack the fortress of Raus in order to weaken their potential. After several tragic and **** confrontations, the Serbian militia were unwilling to continue to serve Gorchakov. And they even thought that General Gorchakov was deliberately killing their strength. After the winter, the temperature plummeted, and his soldiers were even more reluctant to attack, so he had to sit still and fight like Prince Paskovich. Hey, it's not easy to fight. I don't even dare to fight. Prince Paskovich shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. What we are facing is only the Turkish army, and we are fighting like this. If we face the British and French troops, if we do, we are probably going to be completely defeated. Your Majesty, in addition to paying special visits to you this time, I also want to ask you to assign my men to the Legion, stationed in the northwest. In this way, I can have more troops to break Rus. What can you do if you break Rus? Paskovich asked rhetorically. We can follow round to support Serbia. Gorchakov responded to Paskovich. Doesn't the Austrian army in Transylvania need to be concerned? Paskovich asked again. Recently, the Austrian Empire's attitude towards our country is quite submissive. They should not declare war on our country in a short time. Gorchakov responded uncertainly. Once you defeat Rus, then the Austrian Empire will definitely take action against us. Prince Paskovich replied in a firm tone. But my army can't stay there forever. It's better to do anything. General Gorchakov responded to Prince Paskovich. Let's do it. You bring all your troops here, and let's merge together. Paskovich replied to Gorchakov. What about the Turkish troops in the fortress of Rus? Is it really okay to just leave them alone? Gorchakov asked Paskovich in a somewhat unconfident tone. Don't worry, I know them. They will never dare to pursue them. Prince Paskovich responded confidently. General Gorchakov obeyed Paskovich's order and set off from the Russian Empire's tent around the Silistra fortress that night, and soon arrived near the Raun fortress. Stationed around the Raun fortress, the Russian army announced the latest order of Prince Paskovich. Except for the opposition of a few Serbian militia leaders, everyone present did not comply with Gorchakov's order. Later, General Gorchakov told the leaders of the militia, if they are unwilling to go with the Imperial Russian army, please leave the Imperial Russian army immediately. Guyan, you guys are betrayal. The angry Serbian militia chief accused Gorchakov with his trembling arms. If you are willing to think so, then I have no choice. Because this is an order issued by Prince Paskovich, and I have to obey. Gorchakov responded to the Serbian militia chief calmly. At 6:30 am the next day, when the hazy fog was still filling the Danube in front of the Raun fortress, the Russian Imperial Army, which had been packed up, began to move towards the Silistra fortress. The Serbs near the Raun fortress were also retreating with them. Because of their blood feud with the Turks in Rus, if they stayed any longer, they would only be tortured and killed by the Turks. Regarding the killing of prisoners, the civilized Turkey still maintains a barbaric style. Anyone who wants to resist them will be punished the most severely. The slaughter of whole villages is a common thing. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Turkey stationed in the Raun fortress found that the Russian camp on the other side seemed to be empty, and they immediately dispatched a small group of troops to investigate first. After a while, he went to see his small unit reporting the news of the departure of the Russian Imperial Army to the Raun fortress. For a time, the entire fortress fell into a carnival. In addition to the carnival, Pasha, who was stationed in the fortress, did not forget to report the news to Constantinople in order to receive the award from Constantinople. Of course, in the report, it is not possible to write that the Russian troops will withdraw naturally, but to write that under the leadership of Pasha, the Russian Imperial Army was frightened and thus did not dare to fight against the Turkish army. As for whether the troops that besiege the fortress of Raus will go to Silistra, it has nothing to do with him. After all, Silistra was not his territory. After a long journey of several hours, Gorchakov's team finally arrived at Silistra at the cost of 5 dead and 12 wounded. Such wear and tear was commonplace in the Russian Imperial Army. No one cared about the death of a grey wound, and sometimes a serf soldier was far less expensive than an intact rifle. Since Gorchakov abandoned the camp and came to the vicinity of the Silistra fortress, They could only use the materials on hand to rebuild the camp. There was a day in the past when something unexpected happened. A guy who claimed to be the Tsar's special envoy entered Paskovich's tent and announced the order of Nicholas I to Prince Paskovich. That is, Prince Paskovich will lead the Danube troops to completely defeat the defenders of Silistra in the shortest time, thus opening the way for a decisive battle with the British and French allied forces. After conveying the order, the Tsar's special envoy repeatedly emphasized that it must be completed within a short period of time. His Majesty's patience is almost exhausted. Unexpectedly, the Tsar's speed was much faster than before. Riyadh1.com. Paskovich couldn't helping. He knew that this might be his last attack. After this attack was over, if he has not broken the Silistra fortress, he will be retired or dismissed. Please let me prepare for a while. Paskovich responded to the Tsar's envoy. The Tsar's special envoy nodded and then added, "It must be as soon as possible." In these brief days, Paskovich asked the troops to transport all their artillery, 6-pounders, cannons, to the islands and the river occupied by the Russian army, and Paskovich's will also own command move to the front line. Omar Pasha in the Silistra fortress immediately realized that Prince Paskovich wanted to launch a general attack after seeing Paskovich's formation, and he quickly ordered the troops in the Tabia bastion speed up the construction of fortifications, and at the same time, send small units at night to harass the Russian Empire so that it cannot work smoothly. On the first night, the sound of gunshots came from the camp of the Russian Empire, followed by the sound of fighting each other. After the fighting gradually subsided, the Turkish troops in the dark night smoothly retreated into the fortress. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.